to the public. I hope with the summit we will be able to recognize the needs of the foreign service and its divisions in terms of the much needed equipment, modernization, and additional manpower. I again thank the NBI Director, FIS, and all stakeholders present in the summit for their commitment to the NBI at this stage of our modernization. And we look forward to the moment to achieve our goals in national security, peace, and justice. Thank you very much.
Deputy directors and assistant directors who are here right now. We are saying the force and the family from the Forensic Investigation Service. Lahat po ng hepe ay present po ngayon sa ating first forensic summit, the first from the Investigative Service, nandito din ang Chief of Staff, the Force Secretary, Assistant Director, nandito po ang ating Assistant Director, Division 3rd, napakagaling natin, very supportive po yan. Chief of Staff, Office of the Director, and of course, the Senior Chief of Staff, natin ay nandito rin po, pangatlo natin. President very supportive of the Advocacy Service, joins, of course, the Chief of the Training Division, Warren, Chief of Staff also, Attorney from the Legal Service, from the Tunisia family, round of applause for the success of the forensic investigation. At this point, we will now be having the message of the Gelatin Director. We call on Director Eric Gibson. For the news of the day, Ma'am Lisa the Senior Assistant Secretary of the Board. This is the first of its kind. So forensic service
Yung namin yung manual talaga. Yung problema namin sa
yung peace hindi nahihirapan sa gusto. We have very strong governance. Here is an overview. We said
problema namin.
Yung salary ng sinabi mong world class facility, world class yung exposure is almost the same, sometimes more years. So I think no, so it's story. The title is God sees the fuse, but waits. So, in use the then may cases na nakakang na hawak ng NBI, like past case, identify na dito yung system ng release. Napakalarin yung release. Cases na ang convince na may level alcohol. Sometimes negative. So yung chemistry sa tapos. Yung case Korea ang dito yung ballistics. Maraming ang hirap i-force so these guys are passionate. They have a mission. They have a reward. Ano bago yun? Magkita naman kayo ng reward. Demand lang yung reward. Kaya nandito tayo ngayon. But I seen yung iba siguro parang impact. It's just like yung storage of DNA, like saliva and everything. I want to see them in place. Para hindi tayo later on after 10 years or 19 years, hahanapan tayo ng social report. Hindi natin mag-produce. And there are two cases na nabanggit natin yung define so, nakaiba yung social report rule. Yung forensic ito naman yung gusto mo ko dito sa level of reports. Gusto ko na sana banggitin yung mga witness natin. Alam mo dito na para ginawa mo.
Hello, Tan. Audio, pati sa Google Meet.
It is clear that modern-day forensic investigation is centered on the inclusivity of different histories of science and technology, psychology, psychiatry, hematology, computer, digital analysis, chemistry, ballistics, philosophy, and toxicology. Forensic investigation in law enforcement has taken during the past 30 years. Due primarily to technology, changes of advancements in the field of digital and information technology, effectively resulting in the opening of new platforms of expertise. We, the NBI, however, recognize the industry and its advancement are constantly changing. Our established concepts in the gathering and preservation of forensic evidence, the corresponding analysis and value in the identification of victims, suspects, as well as the definition of streamlining of the rules of work in the admissibility of evidence, most especially those that are digital in nature. Yung pag-identify kay Arnold Panginoon, kung siya ang may I mention also our good friend from 596, NBI Summit. Why are you in the back? Please come over here. Sabi niyo, please wala po kayo natin. One of these colleagues will be speaking in digital forensic. Collectively, worldwide forensic investigation has a strong role law enforcement has continued to influence our investigative and prosecution process. But what is more notable is that it has helped shape the development of new policies and across the full spectrum of the pillars of justice. Yung balikan nila, kasama nila. Ang problema sa balikan nila, yung feelings and fears and discernment of the law enforcement. So I ask the internal affairs, let us craft policies that will review, will examine those not captured by the lights and the camera form of agents. Meron kasing parang perspective. It is therefore not surprising that with the continuing rise of crimes involving digital finances and cybersecurity, demand for more responsive and more capacitated involvement of forensic participation in criminal investigation are becoming more frequent now, more than ever. Yung natisod natin na mga digital there are reported more than 10 national agencies hacked by foreign actors, and we have personal knowledge of the economic plans, intelligence policies of these countries, and we are looking into that para natin overcome those challenges. Unfortunately, all of these are straining the capability and resources of law enforcement agencies to the need to constantly update human resources knowledge, harness the skills and develop and reinforce the forensic equipment and materials that are utilized in the conduct of investigation. Alam nyo, yung platform, Telegram, article, end-to-end encrypted. Kali dyan kay Christmas. Christmas. Wala natin yung deliberation case yata yun. Sa kayo. Sa kanil natin ito. Paano natin mapasok? Do we hire scientists and create our own apps and invite them that this is more reliable end-to-end so that criminals should register it? Yan na yung trend. We are offering apps that is secure. But who knows? Sino nag-maintain doon? I'm challenging the DFL. If you can have the program, action plan, then you can provide budget. Pero hindi ito na next. It's an intelligence tool. You can collaborate with the digital director. Diba? Third, it's very right that NBI Philippines would be that way. Kasi naging happy lang digital actors. Dahil hindi na sinasabi ng wala tayo from infrastructure. And the unquestionable importance is that it aims to provide its participants a real happy from the illegal activities in the city. Dahil ito, pangagbiyahe ka, ang DSD, Dr. Papa, Dr. Lee, Dr. Manos, ang Daki, si Dr. Rani, Dr. Princess, I want the NBI ID and certificate.
kailangan may review sila. Okay, ay iyak. Nandiyan ay party. Bakit mo iba? Si attendant natin, nandiyan si polygraph. Dito lahat. Dito. Moreover, knowing the importance of advanced and modern forensic equipment, the view is of the DCMS, that from a problema that from the na natin. And then meron pang isa, yung sa PNA. FCIR, Raman, Hundred, Automated Ballistic Identification System, phase 1 and 2. On site, potable or knowledge detection equipment. Mr. Rashford, Mr. Rashford, we have also our kit and consumables for DNA profiling process and we hope the Yolanda upload. Kit and consumables for structure and complication. Other laboratory reagents, drug test,
consumables and psychological testing materials. Yung mga ipopromote, Doc Papa, kailangan ba talagang i-neuropsycho yun? Kaya? Okay. Depende kay Ma'am Rachel kung pumayag ito. We have now facial recognition procured by through I think, sir. Thank you. PITC. Also the fingerprint verification system. PITC rin. Sa financial service natin, in place na rin yung system. Naka-connect tayo sa COA. We comply with the latest INCAP, I think. Yes. I hope that the time you will spend together during this summit, andito rin kami, although brief, will lead to establishing friendly and professional rapport amongst all participants, thus further strengthen the common bond we all share as members of the law enforcement community. May mga international speakers kami. Marami akong case na babanggitin sana. Pero sabi ni Deputy Labin, yung mga positive lang daw. Yun yung positive, sir. Yung stock room natin o evidence room natin, lalo na drugs, sabi ni Deputy Loterio, pag hindi na-explain, nag-evaporate yan. Pero may inquiry dyan. So kailangan ready tayo. Yung mga agents natin, sabi ni Deputy Labin, kailangan in room temperature din. Hindi ko sabihin, you have to comply with the international standards. And we are starting long before, hindi lang nabigyan ng pansin or hindi na document. And another one, I want the forensic service to have its own, maybe monthly bulletin, and then in hardbound, one in June and one in December. In hardbound, in glossy document paper, so that your significant accomplishments, your efforts will be immortalized. I want that thing to be in the National Library. All your special orders, mission orders, and your opinions, medical opinions will be there. Generations coming after us will be reading that. And your name, how hard it to pronounce. We will read like what we are doing today. So for us, Godspeed. I I really pray hard that in the next few days, parang 45 days na lang, we can finish all what we have started. One in the pipeline is the 6-point star. It's a very ambitious, Madam Prosecutor. It's a system that we want that any agent at any given time can check what is your SSS ID, what is your license ID, what is your DNA profile, what are your cases in the tip of the finger of an NBI agent. Good morning, everyone. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the support, generosity, and love for the men and women of the Forensic Investigation Service. We will rise to the challenge of having a world-class NBI Forensic. Again, a round of applause to our beloved Director, Eric Bilistor. At this point, we will now be having the overview of the Assistant Director of the Forensic Investigation Service, Assistant Director Ferdinand M. Lavin.
Good morning, everyone. Director, sir. Thank you. Dr. Demetria, Chief of our Photography at the Forensic. Deputy Director, Agatpat, Assistant Directors, the beauteous Senior Assistant State Prosecutor of the DOJ, our counterpart from the Ministry of Justice, Investigation Bureau, Republic of China, Taiwan. I remember Sam Lin is a very gracious host. I was in Taiwan moderating an international conference about 4 years ago. And we were toured by Sam Lin. Chiefs of the different divisions of the forensic, investigative, those on virtual, listening to us in the regions, in the district offices. The NBI envisions to be a world-class investigative agency. This is the vision statement of the NBI. How do we do it? By providing quality investigative and forensic services. This is the mission of the NBI. Not to anyone, but to the people. The NBI prides itself and is very thankful that Congress, by way of support, gave us a brilliant piece of legislation in Republic Act 10867, the Modernization and Reorganization Act of the NBI. It's very challenging because it mandates the NBI to establish a forensic and scientific research center. One of the centers mandated by 10867 to be established. What do we do with the forensic and scientific research center? What do we do in that center? It is headed by no less than Dr. Wilfredo Chera, in concurrent capacity as Chief of Staff of the Forensic Investigation Service, and in another capacity as Chief of the Disaster Victim Identification. The Forensic Investigation Service is the primary center for forensic research and criminal detection, in evidence collection and preservation. The modern ways of how we go about it, we will have to check with the Forensic and Scientific Research Center. And we will be listening in a while to a CBRNE expert for the insights on how we may go about some of the ways at the Forensic and Scientific Research Center. By way of response to the earlier message of Director Eric Bilistor, we will be reviving our periodic forensic bulletin. There was this forensic bulletin. This was put on hold, and we will be reviving this. Thank you, sir, for the reminder and the support. Another mandate of Republic Act 10867 is the establishment of the NBI Clearance and Identification Center. This is where the 6-point star program will be emphasized, will come into fore. This upholds the NBI's role as the national clearinghouse for derogatory and criminal records, civilian identification records. That is why we have the identification records division with the chief supervising agent Geraldo Biluna. Sir,
naman ng mga business. Sabi niyo sa amin kung para ma-check.
integrated into this, as mandated by the law, is our fingerprint database. We are aggressively collecting and securing database to, fingerprints to populate our database. This is under Dr. Tahanding, Chief of our Dactyloscopy Division. Doc, further integrated into the system is our Forensic Odontology Division, or the Dental Division of Forensic Investigation Service under Dr. Manos. Mentioned earlier by the director is a case where a former justice of the Court of Appeals was murdered, Dr. Normando Pizarro. He was found, his body was recovered in the boundary of Tarlac and Pampanga. And when our forensic odontology could not give a conclusive report, we resorted to the DNA. The fingers were cut, the hand was cut, to make sure that the investigators would have a hard time identifying the decomposing, the deteriorating body of the former Justice of the Court of Appeals. We collected samples, reference samples. We collected specimen from the cadaver. The reference samples were provided by the two sons, and we were able to find a match. Indeed, what was recovered was the decomposing and the deteriorating cadaver of the late Court of Appeals Justice Normando Pizarro. This enabled our investigating division, the Special Task Force, to file a case against a doctor and other malefactors for the murder of Justice Pizarro. Our DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid division, is headed by Chief Loreto Bravo. Thank you, ma'am. NBI is aggressively pursuing the acquisition of automated fingerprint identification system. This will go hand in hand with what the director earlier mentioned, the fingerprint verification system of under Assistant Director Jose Hustuyak. Sir, thank you for your support. Included in the integrated identification system of the NBI is, of course, our ballistics, our firearms investigation division under Chief Isabelo Silvestri, who will be retiring within the year. Thank you, Chief. This can be your retirement party. He's seated with the other FIS chiefs. A Spanish national by the name of Diego Bello Lafuente was murdered in Siargao. And there was an earlier investigation by a counterpart law enforcement agency. Somehow bungled, the case was referred to re-investigation to the NBI. Sent over our forensic experts and coordinated with the regional director there, Attorney Hans Barbaso, under the Office of Deputy Director Pagatpat. Researched the crime scene for days and was able to find, despite the fact that we have not accessed the crime scene much earlier on, they were still able to find an empty shell of a 9mm caliber pistol. When this was cross-matched, after laboratory examinations, cross-matching, would turn out that the empty shell recovered, collected from the scene of the crime, which had previously been examined, processed by another law enforcement agency, matched with a test shares file from a subject firearm of a police officer involved in the case. This enabled our regional office to file a case against police officers in the murder of Diego Bello Lafuente. It is again important that part of our integrated system is the DNA, considering that this is the last parameter for identification. If all else fails, your fingerprints, if your body is decomposing, forensic odontology, if there are no records to compare your dental profile, then we would resort to DNA. We still owe the LGU, the city of Tacloban, lack of explanations, but I assure you that since Director Eric Pistor took over, we had more than tripled our results in the DNA processing of the remains of Yolanda or Typhoon Haiyan. That was way back 2013, and it's coming 9 months already. We have more than tripled. Thank you for the support, Director Sir. Thank you for the new equipments. This is part of the modernization of the Bureau. We thank Congress for that, for the legislative support. One of the primary jurisdictions of the NBI under Republic Act 10867 is the identification of the dead, victims of mass fatality caused by natural calamities or disasters. And that is why you have your Disaster Victim Identification Division under, of course, Dr. Wilfredo Chera. We have played a very significant role in the landslides in Itogon, Benguet a few years back, and in Naga City, Cebu. And if I may just give my thanks to the forensic team, the doctors out there in the field. We have Dr. Rene Cam of the Central Visayas Regional Office. I know he's listening in via Zoom. We have Dr. Alchua of the Eastern Visayas. We have Dr. Nicandro Butin of the Western Visayas, based in Iloilo. Upon orders of the director, we will be deploying, hopefully, by May, a team to Libya. In 2015, 4 Filipinos were beheaded by the ISIS in Libya. They were all failed workers in Libya and 2 foreigners, Caucasians. Starting 2017, we have coordinated with the Office of the Workers' Welfare Administration under the DOLE. We have coordinated with the DFA. This was lost, sidelined, sidetracked due to the pandemic. And we were asking DFA on the security arrangements, the security conditions in Libya, because this is the eastern part of Libya in Derna. And there are 2 governing bodies in Libya, one in Benghazi, one in Tripoli, and these are different. And we would be inserted in Benghazi en route to Derna. We will do a victim identification. We hope to be able to identify the remains. And if these are the remains, then the next thing we would do is bring them home. This is not in support of a criminal investigation, because it's happened in a foreign country, and who do we file a case against? The ISIS. But these are some of the tasks of forensic. It may not support a criminal investigation, but it gives so much to the grieving family. It puts closure to their mourn. From Libya, we just might proceed to Tunisia, where we will be identifying a Filipino suicide bomber married to a Syrian, and conducted a suicide bombing in that part of the region. This will be in coordination with the counter-terrorism under Assistant Director Bolivar. Later in the day also, we will be listening into an expert from the International Committee of the Red Cross as part of our insights on how we may go about foreign assignments and foreign missions. Central to the past 2 years is, of course, the pandemic. We did, and we gave a very well response. Pandemic is new to practically all of us. No one saw it coming. No one wanted pandemic to come and to stay. This is the unwelcome visitor, the pandemic. There was a change in image for our doctors. The old impression was that the NBI doctors were only good at dealing with the dead. But what they have shown and displayed during the pandemic, they took care of the health, of the welfare, and the wellness of our agents, of our employees, of the families of the employees of the NBI. And to a little further extent, we did some vaccination to include our counterparts from the DOJ, from the PAO. There was an incident where our agent would have succumbed to the pandemic. Were it not for Dr. Cha Labrador of our Southeastern Mindanao Regional Office, flew to Cebu to get that vaccine called tocilizumab. It was very scarce then. This was 2020. There was no vaccine yet, and so we all had to do and deal under the best of circumstances. On instructions of the director, the vials were brought to hospital in Cavite in the nick of time, and that saved the life of our agent. We have our share, yes, of fatalities, but very minimal. And if I may report, we have 98% fully vaccinated NBI employees. You cannot get in here without your vaccination card, except if you pass through the fire exit. Not only the doctors responded well, but also our behavioral science division under Dr. Romel Papa. They have these online apps called Psych Kausap. You would engage them online to maintain the mental health of those affected, of the families affected, of the employees affected, of the agents affected. And they would take calls, they would take online interaction for days, for nights, even in the dead of the night, even on weekends, on holidays. And I thank our behavioral science division for that initiative. Our doctors, as far north as La Union, Dr. Rizano, they took care of the missions. Not only Dr. Rizano is forensic team as well. Our doctors in Baguio, Dr. Bandonil and Dr. Mapalo. Here in Central Luzon, we have here Dr. Yalo. Thank you, Doc. And of course, at the NCR, we have Dr. Romero, who is a friend of many of the agents, especially when there are arrests. He would always render favorable medical findings. Not only does our behavioral science division take care of us, but they also profile the agents from time to time, together with our polygraphy division under Chief Lolito Basilio. Thank you, Chief. About 3 weeks ago, we had the biggest haul of illegal drugs. 1.6 tons of methamphetamine hydrochloride. This would the seizure about 2-3 days ago by the Australian Federal Police of around 400 kilos of meth off the coast of Adelaide would pale in comparison to this. This is 12 billion worth of drugs. This is more than any nuclear weapon. Scattered, thrown to the streets, this can wipe out a nation. The young, the old, everything. Our forensic chemistry division had their hands full, and I don't know if they have already gotten enough sleep, because the other day we had the court proceeding at the NBI. This is one of the few instances when we can bring the court to the NBI. Transporting the illegal drugs is a security nightmare for the NBI. We did this in 2016 when we had then the biggest haul, but this was again exceeded by the NBI. Only NBI can exceed what it does best. The Forensic Chemistry Division under Chief Julie Flores has participated in practically every endeavor you have seen NBI acting on the ground. The Commonwealth shootout between law enforcers, bombing, cathedral bombing in Hulusulu, the shootout or misencounter between elements of the PNP and Philippine Army in Hulusulu, practically the Calbayog city killing of its mayor. Practically you have forensic on the ground together with our crime photographers under Chief Demetria. And we will be listening in also to Senior State Prosecutor Hazel Valdez, Isela of the DOJ later on, and a representative of no less than the Prosecutor General, Benedicto Malcontento. They might want to enlighten us on how our cases are doing at the prosecutorial level, how the NBI Forensic has played a vital role. That is why we have as our team forensics partner in criminal investigation. We have been appreciated by our partners in the judiciary when a judge in Tawi-Tawi convicted ten members of the Maute terrorist group for murder, kidnapping, and serious illegal detention. Again, this is very good for the NBI, considering that this was all the work of our Digital Forensics Laboratory Division and their Chief Chris Paz, thank you. Also, the conviction of an ISIS online recruiter for inciting to rebellion or insurrection. These are just few of the triumphs of the Digital Forensic Laboratory. That is why we would be listening in also later on to our counterparts from the Republic of Taiwan, Republic of China, Taiwan, the NJIB, and another cybersecurity expert from Singapore. I just got a note from Dr. Demetria that I should hurry up. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you for the reminder.
pagkatapos.
Very aggressively, we will also be having our cybercrime centers. And in the next few weeks, you just might be invited to their cybercrime summit. I know it's we are already preparing this, and they are already lining up everything. It's going. I heard it's going to be in an island. The unseating of a mayor in Tawi-Tawi, where our question document examiner, our forensic expert, a handwriting expert, testified before the court that 5,000 of the ballots were as spurious as the signatures appearing on those ballots were written by only 2 persons, more than 5,000 ballots. And the thumbprints thereon were ineligible. May I congratulate and thank the chief of the question document, Chief Carol Pitoy. These are just some of the judicial appreciation we're receiving. And we thank our partners in the judiciary and the prosecution and Congress. I understand that the good Senator Bongo is very supportive of the causes of the NBI. It's a way forward for the NBI to have our Supreme Division. It's in the law, and we should be having that soon. That is why we also invited a forensic expert to enlighten us on Supreme and maybe share their apps, later on their database. This is a way forward for the NBI. We would also like our forensic experts to, of course, know that we are going international, and that is why we have here our counterpart, our legal attaché of the FBI, sir. Maybe we can also be enlightened on international cooperation, as mentioned by the director, that we will also be having postings. The challenge with forensic is that there are about 10 or 12 sets of professionals. Unlike in the investigation, we have practically 2-3 sets of professionals. You have the lawyers, you have the accountants, and of course, the lawyers and accountants. And the forensic, it's quite of a headache. You have doctors, you have chemists, you have dentists, you have nurses, you have psychometricians, you have psychologists, you have psychiatrists, you have registered criminologists. There are a lot of statutes to be harmonized. They are governed by their own professional ethics. They have their own set of standards. For example, a psychometrician under their own law would have to finish 2 master's degrees before he can be or she can be promoted to salary grade 11. How is that? Paano naman yun? This, we will do harmonization with our legislative unit and with our legal division, with our legal service. This is our problem. And the director is helping us on this. We are liaisoning with our counterparts. We have been aggressive in reaching out to the different governing bodies of the various professionals, of the various organizations governing the different professions under the forensic investigation. It's been a headache, but mind you, with the leadership of Director Eric Nestor, we are pulling through. As a matter of fact, this is not in our regular budget. This was not in the limelight, so to speak. But when the director called for the hosting and the holding of a forensic summit, we readily said yes. We cannot say no. We have to take advantage of the leadership. Very dynamic, can be trusted. We are coming out of our shell. We came out of our shells so many years back through our achievements, through our laboratory findings, but it would not be noticed. In my other capacity as a spokesperson of the Bureau, I am so disheartened that the 1.6 million tons did not really come out in the papers. There were coverage, it was covered, yes, but not so much. And if you can only see how our agents under Assistant Director Bolivar, our forensic experts have labored hard to try to cope up and submit to the requirements of the prosecution and later on the court, as we already did. You will see a lot of work going into this. The law does not give any leeway if you are able to get only 1 kilo or 1 ton or 2 tons of illegal drugs. The time is fixed. It's 12 hours, 18 hours, 36 hours. We cannot ask for an extension of time. it should be an eye-opener for Congress, maybe to consider situations and circumstances such as this. I would not be surprised if in the future, this is the recorded history. We do not know if there were seizures of more than 1.6 tons. However, it went unrecorded. But for the NBI, it's always recorded. It's 1.6 tons. We do not know if there were seizures. There were confiscations more than this. But in recorded history, this is the biggest. And we are challenged by the circumstances. But because we are together, we will do this. As our mission statement says, in pursuit of truth and justice. That is why during the PDAF investigation, whether you be a high-ranking official, whether you are our partners in the security sector, we will investigate you if there are violations, and if we find enough evidence, we will prosecute you. Again, this is in pursuit of truth and justice. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director Ferdinand M. Levin. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Joshua T. Farlow, the FBI Legal Attaché, U.S. Embassy, sir. Welcome to the NBI Forensic Summit. At this point, we will now be having the photo opportunities. Let's start with our director, sir. We go directly to the presentation. At this point, before we go to the presentation, may I call on Chief of the Question Document Laboratory Division Rules, Chief Caroline Moldes-Pitoy, ma'am.
Just a few reminders for everyone. Kindly put your cell phones on silent mode. And our resource speakers will graciously accept 2 questions after their presentations. For the participants who are with us viewing this through the YouTube, you may pause your questions at the chat box. And for those participants who are here right now, you may just raise your hands if you have questions. Thank you. We shall now start the program proper. Our first guest speaker is a distinguished member of the House of the Senate. He has served the President for more than 21 years. He began his public service career in 1998 as the executive assistant of then Congressman Rodrigo Duterte. He became his most trusted aide until then Mayor Duterte was catapulted into the presidency. As former special assistant to the president, he became the bridge of the people to President Duterte. He was also his all-around action man, working hard to ensure that the directives of the president are implemented. As a senator, he has authored and co-authored 24 laws and sponsored and co-sponsored 52 laws in the 18th Congress. As the chair of the Senate Committee on Health, he has authored the Malasakit Centers Act and pushed for the passage of the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act and the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we are honored to welcome as a distinguished speaker for our Forensic Summit, the Honorable Christopher Lawrence Go, Senator of the Republic of the Philippines.
today, I would like to congratulate the National Bureau of Investigation and the Office.
Connect.
Background ko lang.
Ano?
Tandaan.
Yeah, good.
Today, I would like to congratulate the National Bureau of Investigation and the Office of the Assistant Director for Forensic Investigation Service for successfully hosting the first forensic summit. This is a huge step forward in the Bureau's plan to modernize and standardize our forensic investigation service. It is my hope that this conference, as well as the modernization initiative that Dr. Vincent will help improve the quality of life of our kababayan by improving crime clearance and eventually crime control in the country. They also help in ensuring that the Philippines criminal justice system remains effective, fair, transparent. And congratulations to the NBI under the leadership of Director Eric Pistol and the OAVFIS for this purposeful endeavor. Wish the conference a big success. Mabuhay, buhay lahat.
Senior Representative, Deputy State.
Thank you, Chief Media.
Meron siya.
The significance of forensics in the criminal prosecution of cases. This is the theme of our next speaker. Good morning, Director Eric Lilistor, sir, the directorial staff, my colleagues from the Forensic Investigation Service, my co-workers from the Bureau's other services, friends, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce to you our next speaker from the Department of Justice, National Prosecution Service. Prosecutor Hazel has been connected with the DOJ for 22 years, starting her career as a public attorney after her admission to the bar in 1999, and later on joining the prosecution service in 2005. In her more than 17 years as a prosecutor, she has been assigned to handle some of the controversial cases in recent history, namely the Sipadan kidnapping for ransom case involving the notorious Abu Sayyaf group, the Subic rape case in 2006, the Desel Corbito murder cases, the Atimonan rob-out case, the billion-worth Pag-ibig fund scam involving Delton Lee of Globe Asiatic. She was also a member of the special panel of prosecutors that was created in 2014 by the DOJ and the Office of the Ombudsman, tasked to handle the pork barrel or Priority Development Assistance Fund, also known as PIDA, before the Sandigan Bayan. And most recently, the drugs case involving Julian Robert Ongpin. In 2016, she championed the creation of the present Special Projects Division of the National Prosecution Service and the establishment of the pool of trainers of the NPS. Since then, She has been the driving force in strengthening and institutionalizing the learning and development program of the NPS for its prosecutors. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, a very good friend of the NBI Forensic Investigation Service, let's all welcome Senior Assistant State Prosecutor Hazel C. Decena Valdez.
Pag sabihin, signal light ay pag-present na siya.
NBI Director Eric Vidistor, sir, good morning.
Hindi, ngayon. Sabi mo, pag mag-present tayo, mag-signal tayo.
The Assistant and Deputy Directors of the National Bureau of Investigation, officers and personnel of the NBI's Forensic Investigation Services, both from the main office and those in the regional and district offices who I understand are joining us virtually. Distinguished guests, fellow public servants, hearings, meetings online. Nakakapanibago po na umattend sa ganitong event at humarap sa madla. At nakakatuwa po dahil yun pong mga dating nakikita natin sa screen na mukha at inaakala natin na matangkad, inaakala natin na mababa, inaakala natin mataba o mapayat. Ang iba po ay kabaliktaran pala sa personal. So doon po sa mga kaibigan ko sa FIS, ako po ito, meron pong dalawang paa. Ganito po ako katangkad, ganito po ako kataba. So again, good morning. I was requested to give a presentation on the relevance of forensics in the fulfillment or performance of our office's mandate as the prosecution arm of the government. While I am confident that the attendees to this NBI Forensic Summit already know the answer to this, it will probably not hurt to hear it again. But what I intend to do is to share with you some important lessons or ideas that can be drawn from the cases which I handled in the past, particularly those where forensic evidence played a significant role during the litigation of the cases and perhaps to some extent in the outcome of these cases. But first, what is really the mandate or duty of prosecutors, especially once cases are filed in court? Is it to see to it that the accused are convicted? Of course, we know that the answer to this question is a resounding no. And our legal basis for this is the Code of Professional Responsibility, which all lawyers are supposed to abide by. May I please request the slide to be shown? Rule 6.01 of the Code of Professional Responsibility dictates that the primary duty of a lawyer engaged in public prosecution is not to convict, but to see to it that justice is done. The suppression of facts or the concealment of witnesses capable of establishing the innocence of the accused is highly reprehensible and is cause for disciplinary action. The Code of Conduct for Prosecutors echoes this provision. It states that the central role of the prosecutors is to see to it that justice is served, and that a prosecutor performs dual responsibilities. First is to obtain convictions of the guilty and to ensure that no innocent person is convicted and punished. How does forensic evidence then impact on this mandate of prosecutors? To answer this question, I want to tell you a story about a case for multiple murder that I handled when I was a young public attorney many years back. The incident happened right inside the house of the victims, who was a couple in their twilight years. Accused was a distant relative of the couple who unexpectedly came one day and requested to spend the night. Although surprised about the visit, the victims welcomed the accused into their abode. But all of a sudden, the accused ran amok and killed the old helpless couple. To prove the crimes, the prosecution presented a handful of witnesses: the doctors who attended to the victims, neighbors who heard about the commotion and came to the rescue, the victims of the surviving family, and several other witnesses. But when I came into the case, it was already the turn of the defense to present evidence. However, I read from the records that the trial was suspended at some point during the prosecution evidence because accused had to be confined at the National Center for Mental Health. And so I called the center. In fact, I remember visiting the center in Mandaluyong. I looked for the psychiatrist who attended to the accused, and voila. I discovered that the accused's insanity existed prior to and during the killing spree. And so I presented the psychiatrist as lone defense witness, and of course, the court had no choice but to acquit the accused based on the ground of insanity. And yes, we can say that I just helped a person get away with not just one, but multiple murders. But I was a public defender then, so it was understandable that I protect the rights of the accused. In that case, a person who was found to be insane. Recalling this case now that I am a prosecutor, it reminds me of the value of forensic evidence in criminal litigation. And that is that forensic evidence must be regarded as a tool to deliver real justice, either to make perpetrators of crimes accountable or to absolve innocent persons from suspicion. Again, our mandate as a prosecutor is not to convict, but to give justice to whomever it is due. If forensic evidence, as in this case that I told you about, will serve to free innocent persons, then so be it. As the old adage goes, it is better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer. Another value that I derive from forensic evidence as a prosecutor is that confidence that comes from knowing that it resulted, meaning the forensic evidence resulted from the application of long-established scientific methods and techniques, leaving no room for bias or prejudice on the part of the forensic expert as witnesses. I was once assigned to conduct preliminary investigation on a complaint for reckless imprudence resulting in homicide against a neurosurgeon for the death of a patient whom the doctor operated on. The victim was a young boy, a budding athlete at that, but he was found to have spina bifida, a birth defect where the spinal column of the fetus fails to close completely while in the womb of the mother. His condition, by the way, however, was not detected, and the symptoms did not manifest until he was already in high school, when he started to have bowel and urinary incontinence and the weakness of his extremities. The parents decided to have their son operated on, and he did get that operation. But due to the delicate condition of the child, the doctors recommended that he remain in the hospital for post-operative care. However, after a few days after the procedure and seeing their son was recovering well, the parents requested permission from the doctors that they continue taking care of him at home, since they were also concerned about the ballooning hospital bill. The doctors disapproved this, but the parents insisted, so they were discharged against doctors' advice. A few days after the discharge from hospital, the parents rushed their son back to the hospital because of seizures. And unfortunately, the boy died. The medical legal report indicated meningitis as the cause of death. However, it did not correlate or point to the surgical procedure that was performed by the neurosurgeon as a possible reason for contracting the infection which led to the death of the boy. To be sure, I empathized with the parents, but I had to dismiss the case because the findings and conclusions on the medical legal report gave me confidence that I was doing the right thing and that forensic evidence will not support me even if I bring the case to court. Forensic evidence makes proving the elements of a crime easier, and that forensic evidence spares prosecutors from usual challenges such as the frailty of human memory, bias or prejudice of witnesses, poor or erroneous recollection of details, hesitancy of witnesses to get involved or to testify in cases, external influence, selective memory, post-event information. These are the usual challenges to testimonial evidence. And these are the lessons that I drew from the Deser Corbito cases, where forensic evidence likewise played very crucial role. And for the benefit of those who were too young or to have known or have heard about this case, Salvador Bobby Deser was a publicist or a PR consultant of the country's top political figures in the 1990s, among others, our former President Fidel Ramos and President Joseph Estrada. On November 24, 2000, he and his driver, Emmanuel Corbito, were abducted by some men along Osmeña Highway in Manila and brought to the town of Indan in the province of Cavite, where they were eventually killed. A few months after their disappearance, some of the people responsible for the killing surfaced and confessed to the crime. They pointed to a remote creek in the town of Indang as the place where Bobby Deser and his driver were supposedly strangled and burned. These eyewitnesses were eventually placed under the DOJ's Witness Protection Program and became the prosecution's state witnesses in the case. In the meantime, the NBI's forensic team went to this remote creek in Indang, Cavite, and investigated the place as a crime scene, just the same. They recovered from that creek some bone fragments and 2 pieces of dentures. They brought these dentures and the fragments to the NBI laboratory for examination. But one might think that with 3 eyewitnesses on hand, proving the crime beyond reasonable doubt should have been an easy task for us, the prosecutors. But I tell you this, it was not. And as a matter of fact, we had to hurdle a lot of challenges in the case. First challenge, there were inconsistencies in the narrations of these eyewitnesses, both as regards the incidents that transpired on the night the victims were killed, and as regards the description and identification of the victims. Second challenge, the motivation, interest, and bias of the state witnesses in testifying against their former fellow accused, would have been accused. Third challenge, the identification of the victims, Dacer and Corbito. Since the incident happened in the nighttime and in a dark and remote place in Indang, Cavite, way back in 2000. The witnesses were also unfamiliar with the victims, whose faces were covered so as to be unrecognizable. Fourth challenge, the non-recovery of the bodies of the victims, which the defense claimed, although erroneously, the lack of corpus delicti, which is an important element of murder. Although we know that the corpus delicti in cases of murder or homicide refers to the fact of death and not the physical body per se. But guess what overcame these challenges? The odontological report of NBI's Dr. Eduardo Calalo. Dr. Calalo's examination or odontological report revealed that the dental profiles of the two sets of dentures recovered from the crime scene were those of the victims Dacer and Corbito, after they were compared with the antemortem dental records of these individuals. Recent history will also tell us that the persons who were physically present at that creek, who strangled and burned the bodies of Bobby Dacer and his driver, were convicted for murder. The forensic evidence in this case, the odontological report, helped establish the fact of death of the victims, as well as their identities as the same persons who were seen by witnesses brought to and killed in that creek in Indang, Cavite on the night of November 24, 2000. Without this piece of forensic evidence, I wouldn't really know if we would have been able to clearly establish the fact of death of the victims on the basis solely of the testimony of our state witnesses. In other words, forensic evidence can easily and more credibly establish facts in order to prove the essential elements of the crime. And this is not to say, though, that the testimonial or documentary evidence are of low value. But in the hierarchy of evidence, in terms of reliability, forensic evidence is certainly on top. In fact, the Supreme Court in a lot of cases has consistently recognized that testimonial evidence, unlike forensic evidence, such as fingerprint and DNA testing, which are real or object evidence, are subject to human errors, which may be intentional or unintentional. I would have wanted to discuss some more cases, but Dr. Tiara only gave me 20 minutes. But interestingly, the Atimon and rub-out case, which though it is still pending in court, this must have involved all the services, all the experts of the NBI, the ballistics, chemists, the chemistry, and of course the illustrators and the artists. And I remembered Director Eric Distor was enumerating the equipment that will be acquired by the NBI soon. I was thinking that maybe you can also include in your list, sir, a 3-dimensional laser scanner or a point cloud processing software which we used in Atimonan rub-out case. Yan, bibilihin na daw po ngayon. Mamaya daw po pagkatapos na sabi, bibilihin na ni Director.
But seriously, that helped us a lot, sir, in reconstructing the crime scene. But before I conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to once again express the National Prosecution Service's deepest gratitude to the National Bureau of Investigation for the invaluable assistance given to us in helping us craft a training course for prosecutors on forensic evidence. I don't want to think that my being requested here to give this presentation is some sort of a quid pro quo. Nasingil po ako ni Director Lavin at saka ni Dr. Tierra, actually, because at the height of the pandemic, at the height of the lockdowns last year, the NBI's forensic experts of the Forensic Investigation Services helped us, the NPS, design and develop a training course for prosecutors. And in those write-shops and meetings, they tirelessly and patiently sat down with our prosecutors trainers and crafted a prosecutor's course on forensics. Kaya ito pong 20-minute presentation na ito ay napakaliit na bagay kumpara sa oras at saka araw na inupo ng ating forensic experts para po tulungan ang aming mga prosecutors trainers to craft the training course for prosecutors. At wala po kami pakape kasi nga po online. So how can I say no to Director Levin and Dr. Tierra? But seriously, I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to further strengthen the ties between the National Prosecution Service and the National Bureau of Investigation in terms of capacity building. We in the NPS fully recognize the grave importance of forensic evidence in fulfilling our mandates as prosecutors. However, we equally recognize that there is a gap in terms of knowledge and skills of our prosecutors insofar as the use and application of forensic evidence in the prosecution of our cases. That is why in early 2020, we reached out to the NBI to assist us in developing this training course for prosecutors by lending us the time, knowledge, and expertise of your FIS experts. Again, thank you very much, Director Distor, Assistant Director Lavin, and Dr. Tierra, and the NBI's FIS for your invaluable help. It might interest you to know that the NPS already started to convert the modules that we did during our write-shops into e-learning materials or self-paced modules. And we will soon upload this into our online learning platform or learning management system so that more prosecutors will have access to these learning modules. We hope that these joint efforts between the NBI and the NPS will continue so that we can impact on elevating the reliability of our country's criminal justice system through cases that are supported by strong forensic evidence. Again, thank you very much for your kind attention and congratulations to the organizers of this first NBI Forensic Summit.
Thank you very much, Prosecutor Gisela. Please do stay on then for a while. If there are questions for our prosecutor, those who are inside the session hall. There being none, we will now have the presentation of the plaque of appreciation.
Yeah, may I call on our beloved Director, Sir Eric Bidistor, to come on the center stage. Prosecutor Valdez, ma'am, as we will be giving the plaque of recognition. The plaque of recognition is awarded to Attorney Hazel Desena Valdez, Senior Assistant State Prosecutor of the Department of Justice. Tawagin din po natin ang Assistant Deputy Director natin, Ferdinand Lamit, to assist our Director in graceful recognition of their invaluable service extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit. Given the 7th day of April at the Diamond Hotel, signed Eric B. Distor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Capability, sir. Again, a round of applause to Attorney Hazel Desena Valdez. Fiscal, we will also be given some token to you, courtesy of our beloved Director Eric Bilistor. Ma'am?
Pagkain bago ito rin. Agad sa late. Pagkakamit din. Ito yan, i-background nito yan. Easy. Ito nga ako. Naka-extend siya kasi. Ito yung mabago.
Muli, palakpakan po natin, Attorney Hazel Gisela Valdez.
Tatandaan mo ako.
Oo naman.
May request the directorial staff to have photograph. Punta na po tayo sa center stage for the photo opportunity. Sir? Edith Guzman, sir. Ma'am Rachel. Please come on the center stage for the photo opportunity. Deputy Pagatpat, sir. AD, andyan na po, Deputy Director Doloiras, AD Bolivar. Assistant Director Lavin, sir. Deputy Director Pagatpat, sir. Assistant Director Jojo Iyap.
Nasa restroom. Sila din. Sila yan.
Yung ganyan nakalagay sa invitation, ikaw na magsabi kay Chica.
Thank you very much.
May naka-assign. ACTD po ako. Dalan na ako. Ay, nabigay ko sa training ka. Nabigay ko yung training sheet.
To introduce our next presenter, may now call on Supervising Agent Christopher Paz, Chief of the Digital Forensic Laboratory. Agent Paz, sir.
Sinabihan na rin kasi. Sino ba to? Si Son na to? Sinabi na rin. Sino na sir ang susunod?
Thank you, Dr. Roland Demetria. There is no cybercrime without digital evidence. And that is why this morning, our speaker from Singapore will talk about digital forensics in criminal investigation. She currently heads up the commercial portfolio for ASEAN and Greater China at Magnet Forensics. Her experience in information technology software, cybersecurity, data analytics, and artificial intelligence solutions has served more than 350 projects with government and private organizations. It is my pleasure to welcome our speaker, Ms. Valerie So.
All right. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for spending your time with me this morning to discuss the transformation of digital forensics. Before we take a deep dive into the transformations, let me introduce myself and give you a brief background about Magnet Forensics. Magnet Forensics is a Canadian-based company founded back in 2009. We serve over 5,000 agencies worldwide to combat the crimes with our very first priority to seek justice and protect the innocent. And who is that in the photo? Well, that's me. My name is Valerie So. I joined Magnet as a sales in year 2017 to look after most market in ASEAN and Greater China. So this is my 5th year with Magnet Forensic, and I'm actually celebrating my 5th year anniversary with Magnet in 3 days, which is this coming Sunday. All right, a little bit more about myself. I started my career in a genome research lab in the United States for a few projects in gene modifications. Therefore, I always crack the joke I'm transforming from ATCG, which is the DNA code, to artifacts in digital forensics in my career and forensic journey. The agenda for today, we will discuss the investigation landscape, the challenges and trends in digital forensic, as well as the importance of transformation. And trust me, you will hear me mention lots of time of transformation today. So when we talk about forensic, what will be the first thing come into your mind? DNA? Fingerprint? And I'm curious how many of you actually thought of chat history, Facebook, and mobile devices. Well, I believe our expert in digital forensic in this room did, yeah? So this is a crucial transformation components I would like to discuss today. So this is the crucial transformation component I would like to discuss today in forensic landscape. Do you agree most cases nowadays involve digital evidence? Let's refresh our memory. In CSAM cases, scam cases, homicide cases, it is not uncommon to see electronic devices to be involved as part of the investigations. Agree? Oh, sorry, looks like I have technical problem. Let me restart. Is it good now? Right, I'm waiting for the signal for me to go. Can you see my screen now? All right. Okay, let me quickly restart everything. So, well, thank you again for your time this morning to discuss the transformations of digital forensic with me. Oh, looks like I have technical problem again. Is it good now? All right, so where was I? Okay, so before we take a deep dive into the transformation, let me quickly introduce myself and give you a brief background about MNF Forensics. So MNF Forensics is a Canadian-based company founded back in 2009. We serve over 5,000 agencies worldwide to combat the crimes with our very, very first priority to seek justice and protect the innocent. And that's me in the photo. My name is Valerie. I joined MNF as a sales with, as a sales since 2017 to look after most markets in ASEAN and Greater China. So like I mentioned just now, this is my 5th anniversary with MNF Forensic. So I'm actually celebrating my 5th anniversary in 3 days this coming Sunday. And to add on a little bit more about my background, I started my career in a genome research lab in the United States and worked on a few projects on gene modifications. So that's why I always crack this joke with my friends and colleagues. I'm transforming from the ATCG, which is the DNA code, to artifacts in digital forensic in my career and forensic journey. So the agenda for today, we will discuss the investigation landscape, the challenges and trends in digital forensics, as well as the important transformations. And trust me, you will hear me mention the word transformation many times today. So when we talk about forensic, what will be the first thing appear in your mind? DNA? Fingerprint? And I'm curious how many of you, thought of chat history, mobile devices, Facebook, Instagram. So, and I do believe our expert in digital forensic did, right? So this is a crucial transformation component I would like to discuss today in forensic landscape. Do you agree more cases nowadays involve digital evidence? Let's refresh our memory. In CSAM cases, scam cases, homicide cases, how frequent do you see electronic devices are involved? This is not uncommon to see electronic devices to be involved as part of the investigation today. Agree? And as the publication indicated, over 90% of all crime today has digital elements. Why is that so? Now, think about how many mobile devices you are having now. 2? 3? How many computer, laptops, including iPads, you have at home? I personally have 5. This explains why electronic devices are playing a significant role in investigation today. So, Now we are clear about transformation of forensic landscape that digital forensics plays a part in investigation. But what are the challenges we are facing in digital forensics? The number one we are all far too familiar with is the increasing data volume. Now think about the Nokia phone you had 20 years ago. How much was the built-in memory? And what was the SD card storage capacity? 128 megabyte, 255 megabyte. And comparing to the mobile devices you are carrying today, 128 gigabyte, 256 gigabyte, or even 1 terabyte? Well, perhaps you have everything on the cloud, whether or not it is Google Cloud or iCloud. So there's no doubt the data volume has been increased exponentially along with the technology change at rapid pace. What will be the number two challenge? Variety of data types, applications, and devices. And I would like you to look at your phones. How many of you are iPhone user and how many of you are Android user? And then take a quick look at your phone now to check what are the most frequently used applications in your phone now. WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook, Twitter, maybe TikTok, iCloud, Google Drive. Through this question I just asked, it tells a lot, right? And we are not yet looking at the components such as what OS versions, is the device locked or unlocked, is it in BFU or AFU states. These are all factors we need to deal with when it comes to digital forensic investigations. So just now I discussed about increased data volume, data variety, and why are they important? Because these will determine how long the processing time is. For a simple case, you won't be surprised to see at least 5 electronic devices are involved. And to process each device, from imaging to data processing to evidence finding and analysis, it can take days or even weeks to complete. And therefore, this leads to another challenge we commonly encounter in digital forensic today, which is backlogs. Now, let's look at the standard workflow approach today to digital forensic investigations. This diagram clearly pinpoints the issue with today's approach that requires transformations. Imagine you have a limited numbers of highly skilled examiners, but they spend more time than ideal just processing data instead of examining data or collaborating with colleagues on cases. Does it sound familiar to you? Is this your current pain point? So we know that the massive data volume, variety of data, long processing time, limited highly skilled examiners, and case backlogs, all this contributed to the top challenges in digital forensic investigation today. So now we are clear with the identified problem and how should we mitigate them? Well, we always hear voices from our clients that they need an easy way to track and report their findings. They want to keep stakeholders up to date on their investigations. Therefore, a new integrated approach is the key transformation to equip the digital forensic examiner a more efficient and effective way to perform digital investigations. What do I mean by the new integrated approach? Let me walk you through the Magnet Digital Investigation Suite, and I called it MDIS, which I personally perceive it as a new integrated solution that transforms your digital investigation with powerful analytics and helps you increase efficiency as well as collaborate agency-wide while operating securely. So MDIS comprise of 3 solutions: Magnet Automate, Magnet Review, and Magnet Atlas. Let's dive deep what are the 3 mentioned solutions. So I will go with Magnet Automate first. Magnet Automate is an orchestration and automation platform that uses your lab hardware and software tools to create a standardized workflows to image and process data without examiners' interventions. So how Automate benefit the examiner and how it solve the challenges we just discussed. There are 3 pillars around Automate to overcome the discussed challenges: efficiency and productivity improvement, saving time and costs, and ensuring quality and standards. With automation workflow in place, examiner need not go back to lab on evening or on weekends to manually move cases through the workflow, and thus reduce turnaround because there's no downtime in between. And because of this, it has freed up the time of the examiner for manual works so that the examiner can spend more time focusing on complex analysis and also getting in on the investigation faster. Now, in addition to the benefit of implementing automated workflow, the lab managers can ensure not only a consistent workflow, but also easily adhere to the SOP. On the other hand, Magnet Review is a solution that securely shares all digital evidence via a single web-based platform, and it is purposely built for non-technical investigators to quickly find what matters most to them in the case. You may probably wonder why sharing a critical platform in investigation is critical. I would like you to think about how you share your findings and report with your stakeholders by exporting to a USB or printing a hard copy and then ship it or hand it over to the investigators. But we haven't factored in the back and forth travel time and costs. And to eliminate the potential costs and risks associated with shipping USBs and traveling to the lab from other cities, Magnet Review empowers non-technical investigator and reviewer to review the digital evidence remotely and quickly find what matters most all in one platform. And last but not least, Magnet Atlas, which is the case management solutions that enables you to organize, manage, and reports on all aspects of digital forensic investigations while upholding the chain of custody. For instance, after receiving a web submission, lab manager can quickly assign the appropriate resource to the case. All evidence, procedures, examiners, and results are logged while stakeholders can track the progress in real time. But why is documenting your evidence from collection to court critical? I believe most or every one of you in this room will already have an answer in your mind. So, Magnet Atlas tracks all evidence sources, examinations, and individuals who came in contact with digital evidence in order to ensure the full case history is preserved. Now, you have an idea about automate, review, and atlas, but what about the new integrated approach I mentioned at the three solutions that we discussed, Compose MDIS and MDIS, are designed to be used together with integrations to help you leverage the benefit of automations, collaborations, and case management across your digital investigations. For example, with Magnet Atlas, you can kick off a case that can then be automatically processed via Automate, and then the process output will be automatically sent to Axiom for review by technical examiners, or it can also be shared with the non-technical examiners to review. Besides that, it can also be to manage evidence sharing and collaborations for all stakeholders in the investigation process. How productive and efficient to you? Now, let's discuss a real example of a law enforcement lab uses outsourcing. What are the top 3 challenges or problems you managed to identify through this example? High cost, data control risk, and the long turnaround. With the new integrated approach in place, how are they going to be benefit from? So, with Automate implemented, the agency productivity has been increased by removing the downtime between manual steps and by leveraging the capability of parallel task processing on distributed infrastructure on 24/7 basis. Another area where the agency benefit from automation solution is being resilient and less catastrophic in the case when the experienced staff leave or being transferred out, because the SOP has been implemented and new staff can be more easily learned and implement what their predecessor were doing. So this will shorten the ramp-up period.
And Outsole from Singapore. Our next speaker is a friend of the National Bureau. He is the FBI legal attaché, US Embassy, friends, colleagues. Please welcome Joshua P. Farrow.
Thank you for the introduction, and I first want to acknowledge and thank Director Eric Disdorf for hosting me at the NBI's first Forensic Summit, and also just acknowledge it's a lot of work to put one of these on, so truly, sir, I look forward to this and many others. I apologize, I'm going to use my notes more than normal. I had about 2 hours of sleep last night, and so I'm really in a rough way. I can't really eat too much more food because I'm going to fall asleep. And I'm sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint. I'm looking at myself right there. That's a lot. So I'm the FBI's legal attaché located at the U.S. Embassy in Manila. As a little bit of context, the first legal office that the FBI had was opened up in Bogota, Colombia after World War II. Since then, the FBI opened up 63 offices around the world, and we actually have personnel in over 70 countries. Gelatin Manila was established in 1960s, or in the 1960s. The office was closed briefly in 1978, and the FBI was serviced here in the Philippines by our office in Australia. And then in 1987, Gelatin Manila, the office was reestablished. So the FBI's role in the Philippines is twofold and straightforward. It's one, to assist you, our law enforcement partners, on your investigations, and two, to assist field offices on their investigations that have ties to the Philippines. Our biggest priorities here in the Philippines, unfortunately, are no surprise. It's cybercrime, it's crimes against children, and it's terrorism. Now, my presentation isn't so much a presentation, it's more of an overview. The speakers before me, and I know the speakers after me, are really going to do an in-depth job, and so want to acknowledge their presentations as well. But as the speakers before me have said, the science of forensics is very important and includes using a variety of techniques to solve crimes. The FBI, we're always trying to improve our own services, from evidence collection to computer forensics to ballistics to explosive device ordnance. We are always trying to be at the forefront of technology and really work hard to get ahead of the criminals. As we all know, criminals, they push the boundaries of what can be done, so we also have to push the boundaries. Forensics is and has been a cornerstone of the FBI's approach to investigating criminals, all the way back from our early days, tracking and arresting bank robbers, way back in 1908. And today, forensic plays a part in everything that we do. There's no investigation, criminal, cyber, national security, that forensic doesn't have a part to play in it. To address the FBI's growing needs, the FBI has laboratories in Quantico, Virginia, which is the most famous. It's where our training academy is. The DEA also has a facility there. We recently opened up a laboratory in Huntsville, Alabama. That was a couple of years ago. As we grow and expand, we need more space. And so we now have two major laboratories. And these laboratories service not just the FBI, but our local partners in the United States, as well as all of our foreign partners throughout the world. In fact, right after me, you'll hear from one of our footprint and tire analysis, Michael Gorn, and he'll do an in-depth on his area of expertise. In total, the FBI has approximately 700 scientists and special agents who are dedicated to working forensics at the two separate labs. Some of the positions that we have are physical scientists, biologists, chemists, geologists, photographers, electronics engineers, documents analysis. Basically, every medium that a criminal can commit a crime, we have somebody looking at it, on it, and every means that we have to solve that crime, we've got an expertise on it, or we're trying to anyways. We also have an evidence response team. Every field office has agents who, I say it's a part-time job, but every agent is trained in evidence collection, but we've got our evidence response teams, agents who do additional training and have this additional duty of when there's a crime scene, especially if it's a major incident, that they will then task and help collect evidence, take it to our labs, process the crime scene. I can't understate enough just how seriously FBI takes forensic analysis. And our ERT, evidence response teams, across the US, so that's 56 field offices and 56 evidence response teams. Each team tries to be the model of training, capability, expertise. So when we present our findings in court, or we present our findings to our partners, whether it's local or here in the Philippines to NBI or PNP, that our work will stand up in any court of law. it is really it's really just about the facts. As much as we want, to prosecute people, which we do, it's really about the facts. And if we've collected and done our job well, then the facts will speak for themselves. As I said, forensics have been critical in solving, or is critical in solving many crimes. I mean, there are unfortunately many notable crimes that have occurred in the United States. One of them about 17 years ago, the Oklahoma City bombing. That was about 178 people died, including 19 children, and there were several hundred more that were injured. This took place in Oklahoma. For those who don't know, it's in the southern part of the United States. The individual, Timothy McVeigh, he drove a rental van up to the building. He loaded it with explosive devices and blew up the building and many other, and the area around it. Using forensics, the evidence processing, it obviously was a massive undertaking. We were able to, when I say we, writ large, the FBI was able to eventually find the axle of the truck, and that truck then led to the identification of the vehicle, which those rental, we were able to get a composite photo and eventually identify Timothy McVeigh, and then using other, just regular investigative techniques, identify McVeigh and bring him to justice. I've had a case, I've been a case agent before I came here. I worked a case as a violent jewelry theft robbery. These individuals had been, going in, excuse me, hundreds of thousands of jewelry in violent robberies. At one of the scenes, they left a ball cap and a knife, or I'm sorry, a hammer. So I took that down to the laboratory, and there's some blood on it and saliva, not saliva, but some DNA, and with that DNA, we were able to identify the individual, who was then also tied to the scene of a murdered police officer. DNA was left there, so we were able then to, really bring this guy to justice, not just for the jewelry theft, but for his involvement in the murder of a police officer. Another investigation I had that I was a case agent on, it was gangs and drugs, and ultimately we were able to arrest about 46 people. Again, we used cell phone analysis, ballistics, the drug lab was working overtime because these folks were selling cocaine and heroin, and ultimately we were able to arrest about 46 people. Just as a side note, this is not so much about me, the person, but about the FBI and just how serious we take evidence. So one of the individuals who we had arrested, his nickname, his street name was Gordo, and he really was big. I arrested him on the street, and I couldn't use normal handcuffs. I had to use leg irons because he could not put his hands behind his back. This guy was pretty big, and his street nickname was Gordo. So Gordo was looking at 15 years for selling heroin. He goes to, we're in front of the judge, and the judge, and he puts forth this motion saying, the FBI didn't give me anything, the FBI is withholding evidence, the FBI is not doing its job, and I'm not exaggerating at all. The judge, who I've been in front of before for other cases, looked at me and said, Special Agent Barlow, did the FBI do everything it was supposed to do? Did you collect the evidence the right way? I said, yes, Your Honor. The judge looked at the defendant, Gordo, his real name, Jose Batista, and said, your motion is denied, next. And so that hearing was one of the shortest of my life. It took less than 5 minutes, and it really goes to not just about me, but just how serious the FBI takes evidence, and just how, because we do things the right way, and the courts and the judges understand that, and they believe in us. So it really does help with our credibility when we're doing anything. So that's just a personal story. And as obviously the world shifted to the digital age, the internet of all things, we're all connected now to internets, and combating cybercrime has now obviously become a huge focus. And then just for a little bit of context, I'm not going to go too much into the weeds, but for context, in the 1950s, there's this bank robber, his name was William Sutton. Over his 40-year career, ending in roughly the 1950s, he was on the FBI's most wanted list. Over 40 years, he stole about $2 million in total. And that was in the 1950s. Today, with cybercrime alone, not even talking regular bank robberies or anything else, last year the world lost almost $6 trillion to cybercrime, and by 2025, that number is supposed to grow, or it's going to grow estimated to $10 trillion. Again, so as cybercrime is expanding and evolving, so is the area of forensics, and so is the FBI. So for example, this past Tuesday, I was doing some of this as I was sitting down, so again, tired. This past Tuesday, the U.S. Department of Justice announced that earlier this week that we had collectively, law enforcement, had arrested or had seized Hydra Market. Hydra Market is this online darknet cryptocurrency exchange, mostly used by the Russians. You can launder money, or you could launder money on there, buy, sell illegal drugs, stolen financial information. Since 2015, approximately $5 million in cryptocurrency for legal procurement had gone through that system. And so this was a multinational and multi-jurisdictional efforts. And again, it was all through the dark web. It was all, done illegally, but it was also all solved by computer forensics. Just able to go in, with the scientist expert on technology, which I do not have. So I'm not even going to try and talk, techno up here, because I will fail miserably. You all look at me like an idiot, which I'm not, by the way. Just for the record, I am not. But no, so they were able to solve that, and that was basically since 2015. Hydra had been the largest dark web. About 80% of all illegal cryptocurrencies had gone through Hydra. So that was a massive win. It took place, the seizure actually took place in Germany, but it was the FBI, it was HSI, there were multiple German police. So it really was a true effort. And as my director Ray said, Tuesday's announcement of the Hydra Market seizure is a testament to the strength and potency of our law enforcement partnerships here and around the world. Which brings me back now to, in closing, here in the Philippines. National Bureau of Investigation is one of the FBI's closest partners here. And thank you, for being that, for being truly a collaborative and wonderful partner. We were able to tackle investigations jointly, work together, solve crimes. I look forward to more training, whether it's me learning from you or vice versa. We, and not just myself, but people before me, Steve Merrill, was here for a long time. There's other folks, all have really appreciated and gave me a nice primer of NBI and just the great work that you guys do. So again, I just want to thank, NBI leadership. You're literally all at the table by yourself now. And I just look forward to, and my office looks forward to future collaboration with you. And thank you all for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much, sir. Please do stay on for a while. We have a question from our Assistant Director for Administrative Services, Attorney Rachel Marfield Angeles.
Only if it's an easy question.
But long answer. Thank you for your presentation. we are awed by the data that you have given us. So I head the NBI Academy. So my question is this: what are the trainings that are available at the FBI that the NBI can use of to help us in solving crimes, as well as upgrading our forensic skills and even our management skills? Thank you.
Well, good question. And as many, have remarked, just in general, COVID has been obviously just, it's been a killer for many reasons to all of us. We are now just on track to getting training now up and running. So National Academy is now back up and running. We're, slowly getting that up. The lockdown prevented, us, the U.S. government, from bringing in trainers. Now that is now, the restrictions are now lifted, we're now beginning to schedule that. So specifically, we are, Ligat Manila, we're doing a couple of things. On the terrorism side, we're building up our terrorism efforts. We are beginning to roll out some terrorism training. We're working with the Department of Justice, OPDAT, and ICTAP on doing some combined training on just terrorism, with this terrorism financing, terrorism investigations. We had a couple of trainings set up that we invited NBI to Bangkok. 2 separate trainings, and both were canceled because of the COVID situation in Bangkok over the last 6 weeks. Just the spike, it was just deemed not safe, so we decided to cancel it. So we're going to do more of that. Additionally, we've got some analytical training that we're beginning to roll out. We've got a couple of ideas, one for leadership, law enforcement leadership here, about the importance of analysis and strategic versus tactics, and how that can be incorporated into investigations. And then separately, we're looking at doing a series of 5 or 6 trainings for analysts here on the importance of analysis and different techniques and methods. So we are definitely looking to expand the training that we have and can offer. And then I guess my question to you or anybody else, or my statement to you or anybody else is, and I'll give you my business card, and anybody else who wants it, is that if there are specific things that we can provide or specific training that is of interest, please let me know. I can't promise that we'll be able to do everything, but we can look at it and we can say, yep, we can bring trainers and we can definitely do this and schedule training like 3 months from now. Or we've got it in-house, like maybe there's something on, national security matters, counterintelligence, like, oh, well, geez, I can do that. So if I know exactly what people want, we can see if we can actually do it. So again, as been the case, a lot of this is collaborative efforts. We are certainly not here we're certainly here to augment what you do, and we want to be useful. Just as you guys are very helpful to the investigations that we have, we also want to return that. So if there's things that you want, let us know specifically and we can try and address them.
Thank you very much, sir. Now to present the plaque of appreciation, may we call on our director and the directorial staff, please, sir.
The plaque of recognition is
Assistant Director Davin, sir.
read as follows. Is hereby awarded to Joshua T. Farlow, Legal Attaché, Federal Bureau of Investigation, in graceful recognition of your valuable service extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, given the 7th day of April at the Diamond Hotel, Manila, Philippines, signed Eric B. Distor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation.
Dito sila. Dito yun.
Sir, we have also the hierarchy of the National Bureau of Investigation.
Sa online yan. So, pwede yung po kasi dito, sinabi sa inyo sa sasaksak.
Again, a round of applause for the FBL Legal Attaché, Joshua T. Farlow.
Ma'am, I got a message to myself.
To introduce the next guest of honor and speaker, may call on the chief of the question document, Carol Moldes Pitoy.
Sabi mo mag-closing na dapat mag-start na siya ng presentation niya.
The Superint Identification section is a new added section to the organizational structure of the Question Documents Division in the Modernization Law. And we are privileged to have with us as a resource speaker, an expert on this particular field. He is a footwear and tire examiner at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Forensic Laboratory. Previously, he worked for the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, the Boston Police Department, and LGC Forensics in England. He holds a master's degree, Master of Science in Forensic Science, with concentration in criminalistics and a behavioral science in biology. He is previously certified in crime scene investigation through the International Association for Identification and is currently certified in general criminalistics through the American Board of Criminalistics. He is currently on the European Network of Forensic Sciences, MARC's working group. Outside of the United States, he has lectured on crime scene investigation and impression evidence in Aruba, Canada, China, England, Estonia, Finland, and South Korea. Let us all welcome FBI Forensic Examiner, Michael Gorn.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? I know you can, I can see my picture on the screen. I just want to know if you could hear me. Okay, I'll wait a minute. Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. So let me just share my screen here. Okay. Can you see the, oh, can you hear me still, or? I don't think you can see the screen behind the podium. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hi, sir.
Yep.
Sorry, we're experiencing some technical issues here. So we will restart your time once we fix our issues here, okay?
Okay, I'll wait to
Okay.
I'll wait to hear from you.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I will call. Pag ano talaga? Sanit siya sa system.
Siya na po naman. Ma'am,
Okay na?
The director for officer NBI, our guest, Joshua, and the Deputy General Morning. I'd like to congratulate you for forensic investigation.
Criminal investigation and prosecution are the cornerstones of an efficient and equitable criminal justice system and the foundation of all investigation and prosecution is evidence. As law enforcement officers and prosecutors, we hope to have in our arsenal the best evidence that we can possibly have in every case, whether object, documentary, or testimonial. All case build up an investigation start with evidence which must stand the test of judicial scrutiny if we are to hope for a solid conviction. With the advent of technology and the continuous developments of science, we are able to cope up with the ever-changing tactics and schemes in the commission of crimes. Forensics, for one, is a key tool that has aided us in providing an objective and unbiased understanding of cases. It is a powerful and immutable instrument used for establishing the corpus delicti, provided that all the prescribed protocols for its collection and handling are strictly followed. In the Philippines, we have come a long way in the field of forensic science, as we will see in today's first Forensic Summit. And yet, there is still so much untapped potential with respect to its utility, from the use of DNA evidence, digital forensics, digital disaster victim identifications, ballistics, etc. Forensic science absolutely upholds and supports the rule of law by providing a clear, objective, and disinterested account of ultimate facts. This, in turn, assures all parties and stakeholders that the judgment rendered is based solely on solid evidence. But as important as this task of ensuring the quality of evidence, we ourselves must also continuously uphold the principle of integrity of character, stay beyond reproach, and remain unquestionable. For it is only through this that we can truly ascertain that justice is administered to all. To the entire division of the Forensic Investigation Service and the NBI in general, I wish to extend my warmest congratulations to you for handling a total of 14,430 cases in the year 2021. For this, the NBI deserves a big round of applause. I guess that has to go louder. Due to the relentless efforts of the esteemed members of the NBI, we prosecutors are able to perform our duties by properly indicting the real perpetrators and dismissing the charges against the innocent. You have heard Prosecutor Valdez earlier say how we do it with the help of forensics, how prosecutors dismiss cases and pursue cases according to forensic evidence. We recognize the hardships and sacrifices that all of you do in NBI. While we acknowledge that there are challenges and restrictions in the investigation and prosecution of crimes, the execution of our tasks must be dealt with both efficiency and integrity. May our combined dedication, cooperation, and utmost passion in the performance of our duties pave the way for a more resolute dispensation of justice. Let us all continue to work together with both efficiency, and integrity in our noble and lofty pursuit as forerunners and pillars in the criminal justice system. Mabuhay po ang NBI.
Again, may I call on our beloved director, sir,
Sir.
A.D. Ferdinand
Sir,
Labin. The culpa, it's Deputy State Prosecutor Dina Perez.
Sir, okay na? Eh, dito yung naka-share screen dun eh.
PD Labin, sir.
Ito na lang yung gagamitin na.
I-share lang siya.
Oo,
yung ito na audio.
Yung audio na lang.
Audio na yun. Kahit na sila na, ririnig yun.
Next ko na ito.
YouTube. Outside lang.
Computer mo. Ito mo yun. O system nito.
Sino YouTube? May mic na kasama.
I mean, yung ano ko yan.
Again, a round of applause to Deputy State Prosecutor Dina Perez. Before we continue the presentation of Michael Gorn, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Presiding Judge Carolina De Jesus Esguerra. At this point, we will now be listening to the presentation of Michael Gorn.
Ma'am, sino next?
Michael Gorn. Michael Gorn.
Ano ko na siya?
Yes. Are you working next time? Hihintap muna tayo ng director kay Deputy Living siguro, sir. Hindi tayo makakapag-working lunch kasi buffet. Nakamute siya.
Hindi nakikita. Hello! It's Inadobo time!
Yes, kaantay na lang po.
I'm just wondering if you can see the presentation or can hear me.
Wala sa screen.
Wala yung paano pa ako, ma'am? Sige, sige. Okay, sir. Sige po. I-refer na ako. Hindi pa.
Yeah, I just turned it on now. Oh. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you turn it on a little louder?
Turn on the microphone?
Yes, a little louder.
Oh, I'm not, there, can you hear me? You're muted on your side.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? You're muted on your side. Okay, now I can hear myself speak. Can you see the presentation?
We can see presentation.
Myself speak. Can you see the presentation?
Ay, dapat walang video.
Ayan po.
Yan.
Aso po.
Yung sound.
Presentation.
Okay, I guess I can see myself on screen there, but can you see I don't see the presentation.
I can see the screen, footwear impression evidence.
Oh, okay. I guess it's okay. They just texted me by YouTube and virtual, but maybe not okay in the room.
check. Mike, you may proceed.
Okay, I guess I'm going to start, and then let me know as I scroll through if it's okay. Maybe in the messages, or if somebody, Carol, if you don't mind texting me or WhatsApp and let me know if it's okay. But I'll just start unless I know otherwise or hear something otherwise. But thank you for the invite from Carol. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a call from Carol. Hold on. Hello?
It's okay to proceed now, Mike. We hear you clearly.
Okay, all right, perfect. Then I'm going to start. Thank you. Yep. Okay, so I hear everybody hears me, so fantastic. So thank you very much to Carol and the NBI for the invite. I had the pleasure of meeting Carol several years ago when she visited the FBI lab with a couple of her colleagues. What I was hoping to do is give you an overview of footwear impression evidence and what we can do in the lab and just the discipline as a whole. So you can see from the crime scene all the way through to the lab analysis, the evidence as a whole. And really, if you compare us to other evidence types, fingerprints, drug chemistry, firearms, certainly DNA, we're quite an inexpensive, if you will, forensic discipline in terms of the technology required and to do our sort of work. And we're also an evidence type that's present at a lot of different types of crime scenes. As you can imagine, everybody has to walk around. Most people are walking around wearing shoes. So you'll find footprints at, arson scenes, homicide scenes, burglaries, bank robberies, terrorist scenes. Anywhere anybody is walking wearing shoes, you'll find our impressions. Okay. So just a little bit of a disclaimer slide. If I talk about any manufacturers, we're not endorsing them and their products and services. And though the views expressed are mine and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the FBI or the US government. So what I'm going to talk about are three things: scene recovery, comparison, and brand model determination. The Legat Farlow mentioned Oklahoma City. I was in Oklahoma City last week teaching our evidence response team how to recover crime scene footwear impressions. So I'll touch on that. And then the lab side of it, comparisons and brand model determinations, how can those help you as investigators? So as far as evidence at a crime scene, footprints, come in two different types. There's two-dimensional, and that's if you have evidence coming into contact or the shoe coming into contact with a hard surface. So if you think of floors, bank countertops, concrete, those would be two-dimensional impressions. A three-dimensional impression would be contact with a soft surface. So soil, snow, which you might not have to deal with, and sand. So here's where you've got some depth to the impression. The shoe is sinking to the impression. And I mention this because how you recover 2D impressions and how you recover 3D impressions at a crime scene can be a little different, and I'll touch on that now. So when we talk about scene recovery, we're really talking about four different areas. The non-destructive areas, which would be photography and using different types of lights, the physical techniques, casting and powder and lifting, some chemistry techniques, and digital like Adobe Photoshop. But I think as I talk about these, you're going to see some overlap with collection of fingerprints at a crime scene, for example. Collection maybe of bloodstain pattern analysis at a crime scene. So some of these techniques, they're not necessarily new techniques to maybe those of you that go out and work crime scenes. You just have to think about applying them now to footprint evidence. So what's the first thing that we sometimes do is get a footprint at a crime scene on an item of evidence. And this is just a footprint, the red arrows pointing to it. of collecting the item or the footprint on a glue trap. So this is just a mouse trap where a mouse, this was from a restaurant where they put it out and somebody came and committed a crime in a restaurant and the criminal stepped on the mouse trap and left a footprint behind. So this is just where we're saying non-destructive, you'll collect the item and you'll submit it to the lab. The other way of doing it is just oblique lighting. And this is where you're just taking a flashlight, and it might be hard to see on the screen, but in the oval is the footprint, and you're just shining that at an oblique angle across the surface, excuse me, and you're getting the shoe prints to just basically go from something that would not be visible to something that's visible. And then once you can visualize it, we move into photography. So photography would just be, you know, just obviously taking a picture of it. And this is a footprint on some insulation ductwork in a commercial area, a mall, a retail mall. And this is just somebody has stepped on that ductwork in the commission of the crime and left a footprint behind. And we're just taking a picture of the footprint, and then that can be compared in the lab afterwards. And one of these specialty areas of photography is called infrared photography. And some of you on the question document side might be familiar with this, but this is taking an infrared camera and making latent evidence, non-visible evidence, visible. So the image on your left is a black t-shirt that was submitted to the lab. And this is not a footprint, but it's just blood. I took a picture of it with an infrared camera, and that's the picture on the right. So it's a really inexpensive piece of technology that can make evidence just come alive, if you will. So evidence on this black t-shirt, as an example, you would not be able to see with the naked eye, but the blood stain patterns come out very clearly, dark against the white fabric. And this is not altering the evidence in any way or changing it in any way. It's just simply applying technology to the evidence. The other thing we do is make a cast of the impression. And this is, if a three-dimensional impression, you have some depth to it, you'll essentially just take a powder water mixture, shake it up in a container, and then you're just going to pour that into the impression. And once it hardens, you can collect it and analyze it. Fingerprint powder is very, very good for developing footprints, just like obviously fingerprints. So that's just example here of somebody dusting for fingerprints on the floor. And if you've got the right type of footprint, it'll come up very clearly. And then it can be lifted. And this is just an example of the lift here. We call it just a gelatin lift. And the image in the middle here is just that. So you've got the powdered footprint here, and then you're rolling the gel lift over the powdered footprint, and then you're peeling it up, and you've just got something now that you can take away to the lab and examine. So it's really just a use of fingerprint powder, but on a footprint. The electrostatic lifter, this is a nice piece of technology where you can recover dried footprints that are really non-visible to the naked eye, and you can roll it out over a long area. So that's just what this is demonstrating. This is just a simulated bank robbery. So over here would be the bank counter, and if the criminal walks towards the bank counter, you can roll out this long sheet of film and recover all of those footprints. And with a good light here shining over the surface in the oval, you can see that there's a nice footprint. And the important thing to think with this, again, is they're all non-visible. It's very, very hard to see any of this with your eyes when you're at the crime scene, but the technology will help you recover that. Moving into a little bit of chemistry, luminol, which you might be familiar with, a blood enhancement reagent. So there's a bloody impression on this piece of carpet here. It is impossible to see with the naked eye. I put in a box here. There's a little bit of a stain in the red box, which might be very hard to see on screen. But if you apply chemicals, you can get a very nice footprint to just pop out and come alive. And obviously that's useful for comparison. And another example of chemistry, the above image is a footprint in blood on a light colored piece of carpet. And then if you apply a little bit of chemical, you get a very nice purple footprint to develop. And these two images, this one here and this one here, are impressions in blood. They're footwear impressions in blood. And then the same thing with chemistry. Here's a footwear impression on a piece of plywood. And with a little bit of chemistry, this is in dirt, you can get a very nice fluorescent footprint to compare. And then for those of you that are fingerprint examiners or familiar with fingerprints, super glue, crazy glue can develop very nice prints. So this is just where somebody stepped on a knife blade, and with a little bit of super glue, you can get this footprint that was developed here, and you can see the zigzags. And then lastly, as far as the crime scene, the sort of digital would be the digital recovery. And this is an image on human skin. And I just kind of put this as an example. You can sometimes get very good impressions on human skin. And so here's the before on human skin. And then with a little bit of digital Photoshop, you can see that this is a Reebok. So you can see the B, the O, and the K, and this sort of what we call a floret. And you can see how it corresponds to a Reebok logo. So again, you can get very good detail on human skin. So something just to keep in mind. So once we've got these impressions recovered from the crime scene, we want to figure out, did the shoe make the crime scene impression? That's what we're asked as examiners. We've got the criminal shoe. Now we want to know, did the shoe make the impression that the crime scene investigators recovered? So the first thing we do is we basically compare four things in the shoe. We compare outsole design. So as you can imagine, if you just look around probably in the shoes that everybody's wearing in the room, the outsole design would be just the geometric shapes, the patterns on the bottom of the shoe. And that's just what this graphic is meant to represent. There's tens, if not hundreds of thousands of different patterns on the bottom of the shoe that might be present out there. And that's the first thing we're going to compare and see if the pattern on the bottom of the shoe from the bad guy, the criminal, is the same as the pattern on the crime scene impression. The next thing we're going to do is compare the size. And this is not necessarily the retail size. If you go into a shoe store and you say, I'm a size 9 shoe, or I buy a size 10 shoe, this is something a little different. But we're going to compare the physical size and see if those correspond between the criminal shoe and the crime scene impression. And then we compare wear. So this is simply, you buy a new shoe, it has no wear on the bottom of it. You start to use that shoe and you're walking over different surfaces. And as the arrows are pointing out, you're going to start to wear areas away of the rubber of the bottom of the shoe. And then the last thing we compare is what are called RACs, or randomly acquired characteristics. And these are features that occur accidentally and at random on the bottom of the shoe. And what these do effectively is make the bottom of the shoe, one giant fingerprint. They make it unique to the individual that's wearing the shoe. So these might be cuts, nicks, or scratches that are on the bottom of the shoe. So let's say, for example, this image here is a cut of rubber that's just been removed from the bottom of the shoe. These might be scratches. There might be a hole worn in the bottom of the shoe, a nail stuck, a stone, or so on. So all of these make that shoe more unique compared to all the other shoes that might be out there. And that's what allows us to say that that shoe would be the source of the crime scene impression. That shoe made the crime scene impression. And this is just an example from a case, giving you an idea of a RACs comparison. So this is the known shoe here, and this was the cast, like I talked about a few slides ago. They poured the material into the crime scene impression and recovered a cast. And if you can see it here, there's a stone stuck in the bottom of the shoe, and here the stone reproduced perfectly in the cast. There's a couple of stones here in this oval, and those stones also reproduced. So those are those randomly acquired characteristics that allow us to say that that shoe here is the source of this impression. And we do this doing side-by-side comparisons. So this would be the criminal shoe. We make a test impression of the criminal shoe. So that's simply powdering the bottom of the shoe, putting on the shoe, and then making a test impression, which is a tool. And then we just compare that to the scene impression. And the other way of doing it is we superimpose. So we take that test impression and we overlay it over the crime scene impression. And it's just very much like a puzzle. You'll see the pieces either fit all together when you make an overlay, or the pieces don't fit all together. So how do we break this all down? As I've talked about, if we were talking about all the shoes in the United States, we've got all the shoes in the United States floating around there. We then compare the outsole pattern, we compare the physical size, we compare wear, and we compare randomly acquired characteristics. And ultimately, if we have these randomly acquired characteristics, that reduces all these shoes that are out there to an opinion that that one shoe could be the source, or is the source of the impression, or that one shoe made the impression. And in court, we present a chart that looks like this. We've got the outsole, excuse me, there. We have the test impression, which is showing the scratches or the holes in the bottom of the shoe. And then we've got the scene impression, excuse me, with the scratches also pointed out. And it's a very intuitive type of evidence. Jurors can see this very clearly that, you know, okay, I have scratches here, I have scratches here, and I have scratches here. So it's also, when you go to present this evidence court, something that's not as complicated to demonstrate and explain as other evidence types may be. Excuse me. So going into database searches, we went from the scene to comparisons. The other thing we do often are database searches. So that's where we're asked what kind of shoe made the scene impression. So you might have a bunch of different crime scene impressions at more than one scene, and the investigator wants to know, can you tell me if a Nike made it? Can you tell me if an Adidas made it? And sometimes you'll see the same shoe pop up at each crime scene. So one of the databases that we use is called Soulmate. It's used around the world. It has over 40,000 different images of outsole designs, and all the main brands are represented: Nike, Adidas, Reebok, New Balance, etc. And it looks like this. You can, if you have a crime scene impression, you can search by logos. So all the logos are present there from all these different types of outsole designs. And if you've got a logo, like in this case, K-Swiss, I could search for that logo in the database and see if it pops up. I can search by geometric shapes. So if I have all these rectangular bars, I can search in the crime scene impression, rectangular bars, and hopefully get an image of what the outsole looks like. And then I can also search by text. So if I have a K or an S, a W, I, S, S present in the crime scene impression, then the database can help me pull up an image of what the outsole looks like. And then ultimately what we're trying to do is give you, the investigator, an idea of the type of shoe to look for. So that if you're interviewing a suspect, if you're executing a search warrant, you know what type of shoe to look for versus all the shoes that are out there. So let me just show you a couple of quick case examples. This was somebody who came down through the ceiling, dropped down through the ceiling, stepped on this toilet. The crime scene investigator used just very simple fingerprint powder to powder the toilet seat. And you can see there's a little bit of an impression here, and the arrow is pointing to a little bit of writing, which might be hard to see. But the point of this image is to show that you really don't need a lot of information to do a database search. It doesn't have to be a beautiful footwear impression. It can be partial. And from that, we are able to show and tell the investigator, you're looking for this Reebok type of shoe, and give them pictures of the uppers of the shoe and give them pictures of the outsole. And again, you know, we can provide through the database pictures of the uppers to you as the investigator. And a lot of this information you can find on the internet now anyway. And let me show you just lastly one other case. This was a bank robbery. This guy walked into a bank. He's wearing an Albert Einstein mask. These are just pictures from the inside of the bank where the crime scene investigators had preserved the floor. And what they had done is what I just very briefly mentioned earlier is they did electrostatic lifting and they did some gel lifting with some fingerprint powder. Very simple techniques to develop these footwear impressions. There was a full DNA profile from the mask, but in the DNA database, there was no hit for the DNA database. So we were looking at the footprints. So we did a database search. This is a picture of the crime scene impression that was lifted. And we associated this shoes to a brand called Shoes for Crews. So a lot of people in restaurants in the United States wear these shoes. So this is the image that was provided to investigators. And about 7 months later, there was an anonymous tip that led to this bank robber. The FBI and some local police departments went to arrest the guy, and he showed up at the door. And think of this, 7 months later, this is a picture of the shoe that he was wearing. And as I showed before, this is the picture of the database search image, and this is the picture of the shoes that he was wearing when he was arrested. So this obviously provided very good evidence. And then lastly, I just want to tell you, I talked about comparing the outsole, the bottom of the shoe, but we do get database requests sometimes to compare the top of the shoe. So as there's more and more cameras in banks and just in general in society, this is just an image from a camera, and they wanted to know what kind of shoe made this impression, or what kind of shoe this is, and we're just able to tell them it was this kind of Nike, a Nike Cortez. So that's it. I'm glad it worked out. Thank you for listening. Hope if you have any questions, let me know.
Dapat recognition is provided. Graceful recognition.
I don't know if you could still hear me, but thank you very much for the plaque. That's very, very nice. I can see a picture of it on screen.
22, given this 7th day of April 2022 at the Diamond Hotel, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Sir Michael, we will send this plaque of recognition to your respective office through our International Operations Division. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, it's now almost 12:15. We will have first hour lunch and we will resume at 1:05 in the afternoon. Thank you so much and enjoy your buffet.
Mic check. Ang presentation kanina dito na lang.
Check, 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 check. Check.
going to everyone have their lunch ready. Summit out. Okay? Introduce our next word. We call on Demetria. Our guest of honor and speaker is well loved by her photography and publication. She was a lecturer in moot court in August 2019. Our guest of honor is a former police officer in Pasay City. After passing the bar examination in 1991, she joined the Atienza, Tabora, and Del Rosario Law. In December 2003, she was appointed as member of the Board of Criminology of the Professional Regulation Commission. Thereafter, she was appointed as Assistant City Prosecutor of Makati City. In March of 2012,
she was elevated as presiding judge of the Metropolitan Trial Court, Branch 14, Manila. In 2016, she was awarded as the most outstanding judge of the city of Manila. Without further ado, we now call on Presiding Judge Carolina de Jesus Esguerra.
All rise. Oo. Mas maganda ako sa personal, ah. Oo. I don't know where the NBI got this photograph. No, sabi ko kay Roland, yung picture ko dun sa NBI clearance ko, yun ang gagamitin eh. Oo, maganda yung picture ko dun. Tingnan ninyo. So anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I am not foreign to you, I know. Most of you have seen me or been with me and knows me. Both of us being in the law enforcement field. Pero good afternoon po, Director Eric Distor, mga directors, assistant directors, Director Labin, who regaled me with stories of my classmate. I have three classmates, three ba sa NBI, Ed Villa, and Dave Golia. I understand they are already, sir, assigned in the province. And I also know Attorney Vallejo. Okay. Regional Director, Attorney Vallejo. And most of all, my classmate also is Tony Magbohos of the Question Documents Division, no? Actually, when my student, Chief Demetria, asked me to speak here, I said, what am I going to do there? Kasi in the first place, it is your field, no? And he is saying that you've been with law enforcement and you are a criminology and you can identify with the things that we are all saying here. And you can identify with the work that we do. So I have to ask you to say something, no, with respect to forensics in court, no? Kung napapansin nyo, siguro, nasa pangatlong pilar na ako. Police, prosecution, courts. Ayoko sa correction, ha? So, pwedeng dito lang muna ako. Okay, sige. So, pang ano lang yan dahil alam ko naman we speak the same language. No, you understand me and I understand you. Meanwhile, I will read this prepared speech and I will intersperse it with things that I, gained throughout the years. Okay. So, Director Distor, sir, the assistant directors of the and high officials of the NBI, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in this first NBI Forensic Summit, I was tasked to talk on how the forensic divisions of the NBI had been helping in the administration of justice. No? And I say that the NBI is an agency that I can identify with. Being in the field of criminology, I had the honor of being a student of your pillars, like Chief Wainfred Villarba of the Police Photography Division. Estudyante niya po ako noon. Now under the stewardship of Chief Demetria, one of my students, no, who spearheaded the conduct of seminars and trainings, no, aimed at enhancing the capability of his personnel. I was under Domingo del Rosario also, sir, the Chief of Ballistics Division, and who has a book. Hanggang ngayon, sir, nasa akin pa yung libro niya. And it helped me a lot, no, in the discharge of my duties as an assistant city prosecutor and also as a judge. Also, Mrs. Francisco of the Chemistry Division, ewan ko kung mga chemist natin, no, napakahigpit nun. I think she retired already, no? And Dr. Ampil of your Medical Legal Division din. Ewan ko, sir, kung kilala lahat, yata, sir, ni Director Labin lahat yung sinasabi ko. But not the younger ones, no? He's also my professor in forensic medicine, no? And Ma'am Balboa of the polygraphy. I know these are strange names to the young ones, but they are the pillars of the NBI in the forensic community. And of course, I had the opportunity of presenting in court Eliodoro Constantino, the former chief of the Question Documents Division. Diyos ko, tinuruan ako. No? Tinuruan nila kami nung nagpipresenta sila sa korte. Alam mo, sabi sa akin, pag napupunta ako sa NBI, Carol, eto mga itatanong mo sa akin, ha? Oo. Ganon siya. Ganon ang ano niya. Eto ang sabihin mo. No? So, and later on, and I had a case again. It was Chief Carol Pitoy, who is here, who I presented in court also. At ang galing din niya, in fairness. Ma'am Carol, I cannot forget that during that time, because I am the lawyer, in that case, in that case first of Director Constantino, the case there is for a violation of BP 22, bouncing check. And of course, the finding of the NBI is that the standards and the disputed document, no, is not written by one and the same person. And in that case, my client was acquitted. Okay? The judge there at that time is Ofelia Marquez, no, whose son was killed in that Lenny Villa case. No? Talagang lahat kami ni Judge Marquez, we are amazed by the way that Sir Constantino presented the you know, alam mo naman sa QD naka-enlarge lahat yung kanilang mga ebidensya no, side by side, the disputed and the standards, no. And then I had the chance of presenting Caroline Pitoy also, your current chief of the Question Documents Division. And in this case, it is a forged signature in a deed of sale. Okay? And when I'm having my case conference with her. She would teach you what characteristics to watch out for, to show that this is really forged, no? That the signature is indeed forged. She is very patient in explaining to the lawyer, no? To the lawyer that this is forged. Oh, eto yan. Oh, flying starts, flying finish, pen stops, and etc. No, those things. And ayan po ang nakakatawa pag naging witness ang NBI. They are very patient. No? They are very patient. At saka kahit feeling nila tanga-tanga mo, oo, hindi, sa totoo lang yun. Oo, kasi pati judge, sa totoo lang. No? You would not feel, you would not feel na they are belittling you. They will just be explaining. They will just be explaining in the way that Carol, that your chief Carol Pitoy, kasi kapangalan ko explained it, no, yung during the time that she testified in court, no. And also there were times that I have to consult Tony Magbohos kasi classmate ko, no, and in the same dedication, the same competence, and the same patience extended, no? Para maintindihan nyo namin yung field nyo, no? I also had the chance of presenting your chemists, no? When I was a prosecutor. And in the same manner, sila i-explain nila sa'yo, no? Kung ano yung nakalagay sa report nila, no? Kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng ganito, ipapaliwanag nila sa'yo. Kaya nitong judge na ako, pag NBI ang aking witness, nahiya ako magtanong. Kasi baka mapahiya ako. No, because they are really good and competent, no? So, the same is true with your medical legal officers, no? At mag-describe pa nga sila sa korte, very graphic, no? Na parang if you use your imaginations, ikaw yung mapapailag kasi yung how ano ba tawag doon, horrible was the crime, no? The way that they will explain how they found it, and etc. No? So very, very competent indeed, no? So I would say that they are not only thorough and articulate, no? Your personnel director, no? They are not just thorough and articulate, but it would seem there are times that they are conducting lectures when they are in court. Alam nyo naman yun eh. Diba? Bine-verbalize ko lang. Okay? The beauty of it is that we in the courts, no, we cannot help but be amazed of their competence and encompassing knowledge in their field, no. Also, their preparation is exemplary and meticulous, and they never come to court unprepared to testify. With this laudable attitude, the NBI gained the respect of the courts as an agency dedicatedly contributing to the efficient administration of justice. The respect had for the forensic community of the NBI is not limited to the lower courts. In Marquez versus Sandigan Bayan, our graph court, no? In this case of violation of Republic Act 3019, this is, I don't know if the NBI really had the chance to examine this, no? It was ordered by the Supreme Court, no? And sabi niya dito, in Marquez versus Sandigan Bayan, I am referring to Joey Marquez, no? Joey Marquez, okay. And then, sabi ng Supreme Court dito, the Supreme Court ruled that Marquez was denied due process when the Office of the Special Prosecutor denied this motion for examination of his signatures by the NBI. Here are the exact wordings of the Supreme Court. Sabi niya, here, Marquez claims that his signatures in the disbursement vouchers, purchase requests, and authorizations were forged. Thus, he has the burden of proving that his signatures are indeed forged, and to discharge this burden, he must be afforded reasonable opportunity to present evidence to support his allegations. And hear this, people, etong exact words ng Supreme Court. This opportunity is the actual examination of the signatures he is questioning by no less than the country's premier investigative force, the NBI. And then in that case, the Supreme Court ordered the Sandigan Bayan to allow Joey Marquez to refer the evidence of the prosecution to the question document section of the NBI for examination, and after submission of the results to the court and proper proceedings, to act with dispatch. Pero hindi ko alam ano nangyari. Forged ba?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Joey Marquez was acquitted.
Oh,
That
okay.
case.
Hindi kasi nga in-insist niya talaga na ma-refer sa NBI yung kanyang mga dokumento, no? And the reason of the court is that he is being denied due process. If you are not allowing him to present his evidence. Because if he will refer only, hindi fake yan eh. Sasabihin niya lang gano'n. Ang sabi ng korte, magiging weak ang kanyang ebidensya. So you can see this here, how the NBI indeed helped in the resolution of that case, no? And of course, in a later case, in Lee versus People, the Supreme Court also ruled that when the time comes for the accused to present evidence, the accused can utilize the NBI by availing the coercive powers of the court. Dito naman, hindi pinagbibigyan si Lee nung una. Kasi ang ginagawa naman ni Lee dito, he is disputing the findings of the PNP crime laboratory and insisting that the documents be examined by the NBI. Ganito naman ang nangyari dito. Pero sabi naman ng Supreme Court, teka muna, nagtatrial na tayo eh. You can do that when it is your turn to present your evidence, no? And have the coercive power of the court. Tama pa rin. Binanggit na naman dito yung case ni Marquez na hindi raw applicable. Kasi kay Marquez, at the very beginning, he insists that let my signatures be examined by the NBI. Okay? Now, if the Supreme Court itself, has bestowed high respect for the forensic capability of the NBI, with more reason that lesser mortals like me are inclined, because the NBI has time and again proven that it is doing its job with utmost competence, credence, and integrity. More so with, I understand that the trust of the current director is to bring the forensics to greater heights. And in closing, physical evidence continue to be that mute but eloquent manifestation of truth and rates high in the hierarchy of trustworthy evidence. And when physical evidence runs counter to testimonial evidence, the indispensability of the men and women of the NBI in the administration of justice will remain. And the NBI will continue to be that premier investigative force and a dedicated law enforcement pillar of the criminal justice system. Thank you and good afternoon. Dito na lang ito.
Thank you, ma'am. Please do stay for a while.
To award the plaque of recognition, may we call on NBI Director Eric B. Destor and Assistant Director Ferdinand M. Levine to come in front. Plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to Honorable Judge Carolina de Jesus Esguerra in graceful recognition of your invaluable services extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, Forensics Partner in Criminal Investigation, held on April 7, 2022, signed Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. We will also award to Judge Esguerra another plaque, the Heraldry of NBI. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, may we call on Dr. Tierra to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Aljon. Human identification. This is the next topic for our presenter. Our next presenter is a medical doctor and surgeon, a graduate of the National University of Colombia. He is a specialist in forensic medicine, also from the same university, also with a master's in forensic medical sciences from the Bars and the London School of Medicine. He is the forensic pathologist for almost 16 years from the National Institute of Legal Medicine and Forensic Science of Bogota, Colombia. Also a forensic advisor from the International Committee of the Red Cross, or ICRC, in Damascus, Syria from 2016 to 2018. A forensic regional coordinator for North and Central America for the ICRC stationed in Mexico City from 2018 to 2021. And now, a member of the International Committee of the Red Cross delegation here in Manila as a forensic specialist since 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, currently he is in Russia and will be virtually giving us the talk. Dr. Andres Rodriguez Zorro.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andres Rodriguez Zorro. I feel honored to be invited to this very important meeting. And today I just want to share with you some new approaches of the human identification in humanitarian context. And when I talk about humanitarian context, I'm talking about armed conflict, other situations of violence, migration, and also very important, disasters. I just want to confirm if you are seeing my slides. Hello? Can someone confirm me if you are seeing the slides?
Yes, we see your slides, Andres.
Thank you. So I just want to start talking about identification. Identification, I already mentioned, we are talking about the humanitarian context, armed conflict, migration, other situations of violence, and disasters. You can apply this same approach for all these contexts. Identification in a sum up is a process of comparison. It's a keyword, comparison, reconciliation of information. And basically we are comparing two sources of information, one coming from the missing person and the other part is the dead body or the unidentified person. We are trying to compare some sets of information coming from these two, let's say, universes. It's important to remark that the process of identification depends on this characteristic. And I always remark this because this is probably one of the main problems during the process of identification. Sometimes we don't have enough quantity of information from the missing or from the bodies. Sometimes the quality of the information that we obtain from the relatives, for example, during the interviews, or the information that we collected during the procedures of autopsy is not good enough, or sometimes there are problems of availability. If we, in a way, can improve the quantity, can improve the quality, and guarantee the availability, we probably will increase the possibilities to do identification. Now, I just want to show you these, let's say, new terms, but that probably most of you, all of you already know. The previous known ante-mortem information, now let's say the most modern term is missing person information. You will see that in many books and many guidelines and many protocols and in the forms appears as ante-mortem information. But now probably the most correct term is missing person information. Why? Because ante-mortem has like implicit, you are implicitly saying that the person is dead, and this is not always the case. In many cases, yes, in many cases the person is dead, but in some cases, no, the person could be alive. That's why we recommend the use of the new term missing persons information. And this missing persons information come from the technical interviews, from the medical and dental history, the circumstances of disappear, the circumstances of burial. These are like the main sources of the information, of the missing person information. The unidentified person information is that you already know as post-mortem information, PM information, and the main source of this information are the autopsies, the examination that the doctors do, but also the information during the recovery of the remains, also the circumstances, the context where the body were found, and also the clothes, the personal belongings, etc. So basically you can see in this image the process, the complete process of identification. From one hand, you can see in green that the information that came from the body, that is basically came from the sorry, there is a mistake in the slide. The unidentified person is in the blue. Sorry, it's a mistake. I commit a mistake when I arrange the terms. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that unidentified person come from the autopsy, and the missing person information, the information came from the interviews, from the dental records, history records. You can see also in this slide that there is all the process is usually coordinated by an authority. In some countries, the authority that coordinated the comparison of the information is a prosecutor authority. In some other countries, it's a judicial authority. In other contexts, it's the medical legal system itself. So depends, but there is always a coordinator, and in many cases it's interinstitutional, so different organizations participate in this. But again, the most important sources for the unidentified person information is the forensic autopsy, and the main source of information for the missing person information are the interviews of the families. Now there's a new modern concept, which is lines of evidence. And when we talk about lines of evidence, we are talking about independent comparable data sets. It's different sets of information that you can compare, and this information can confirm or refute hypotheses of identification. We will see what are these different sets. We are talking about not only DNA, fingerprints, and dental records. We are talking about other information like the circumstances of disappearance, like the clothes, personal belongings, history of trauma, etc., etc. You can see in this graphic like a summarize of what we call lines of evidence. So we have a box, what we call circumstances of disappearance. We have a box talking about the morphological features like the color of the hair, the color of the eyes, the size of the ears, etc. One box for biological profiles. Biological profile means the sex, the height, the age, and the ancestry. Clothes and personal belongings, another box. High individualizing features, that refers to tattoos, scars, amputations, deformities. And you can see in the base there are 3 boxes that we call high discriminating or high individualizing power lines of evidence, which are, you can also call it scientific lines of evidence, which are genetics, DNA, fingerprints, and odontology. So basically, you have all these sets of information, and the idea is that you have to use as much lines of evidence as possible and try also to consider the power of discrimination. See, if you see the previous slide, obviously the ones that has the higher power of discrimination are the DNA, the fingerprints, and the odontology. But in some cases you have to select which one is more appropriate according to the context, according to the circumstances. But you have to consider other, not only one, because one of the most common mistakes in many processes of identification is that you only rely on one. And the recommendation is to rely on as much lines of evidence as possible. So integrate all the lines of evidence. As you can see in this slide, you can see that we are comparing information from 2 universes, one from the missing person, one from the unidentified person. You can see the different lines of evidence, the circumstances of disappear, the biological profile that we already mentioned is the sex, the stature, the age, and the ancestry, the dental information, the fingerprints, the DNA, the clothes on the personal belongings, and the medical history. You can see that we are comparing different sets of information. These are the lines of evidence. So you have to compare many of these lines of evidence. The recommendation is many, not only one. And what are you doing during the process of reconciliation? You are looking for compatibility. You are looking for consistency. Looking for matching, coincidence, consistency. In some cases could be some relative inconsistency, but that can be explainable. But in some cases you can find excluded inconsistency. So basically the data is not compatible, are contradictory. So this excludes the possibility of identification. So more or less the exercise is like this. You can see this is a slide that explains the comparison. From one side, you can see the missing person. From the other side, you can see the disease, the dead body, and you are comparing the information. Remember that the information from the missing person comes from the interviews of the families. The information from the bodies come from the autopsy itself that the forensic expert like you perform, and you start to compare the information provided for the family. Okay, there is a match, or there is consistency in the dates of disappearance, there is consistency in the place of disappearance, the sex that is referred by the family, the same sex that we document in the autopsy, the age, the stature or the height, the clothes, the personal belongings, the medical records or the medical history, the DNA. So you can see that there is consistency, but you can also see an example where there is no consistency and excludes the identification. Then I will start to talk about the autopsy, because you are forensics, so probably you are more involved in the collection of information from the bodies. And you will see that you can collect a lot of information. That is basically, you are arming the lines of evidence. So you can see, for example, morphological features, when you describe in the body the contexture, the color of the hair, the color of the skin, the presence of hair or mustache, the type of ears, the type of nose. These are morphological features. Then the biological profile you can establish. If the body is fresh, it's easy to establish the sex, the age, the height, the ancestry. It's very important. But remember, not only if the body is fresh and complete, if the body is skeletonized, there are techniques to establish the sex. For example, to use the pelvis, you can establish the sex. Also with the cranium, to establish the height, it's possible to do it. And there are tables that can help you to estimate the height, the stature. The age can be established using the forerib, but can also be established using the pelvis. There are techniques. This is the field of the forensic anthropology, to do this estimation, sex, age, height estimation. During the autopsy, it is important also to describe the clothes and the personal belongings and document the clothes and the personal belongings with photographs. This is good. You can do it during the process of autopsy, and it's recommended to do it because this is an important line of evidence. The high individualizing features, you can also document it during the autopsy. You can document the tattoos, you can document the scars, the deformities, the amputation. That has to be available in the autopsy report or in a database if there is a database. Again, the description, the support of the documentation with photos is highly recommendable. Sorry? I'm hearing, sorry, so there is some noises. During the autopsy, you can also find other, let's say, medical individualizing features. For example, the presence of implants, silicone implants, coronary stents, pacemakers, intrauterine dispositives, plaques. That kind of findings is possible to document during the autopsy and are also lines of evidence in identification. Odontology, you can also describe some features in odontology. An odontologist can do the examination of the teeth. In these cases, you can also use the special techniques to facilitate the identification of the features in the oral cavity, like this. This is the facial dissection. It's a special technique to document better all the findings in the teeth. Fingerprints, if the body is fresh, you can also use fingerprints if there is a database to compare with the antemortem fingerprint. Obviously, only for fresh bodies, because if it is skeletonized, it's not possible. And very important, take a sample for DNA, because of course DNA is a very useful tool, a scientific line of evidence. We already know the high discriminating power. DNA is one of the best, but remember that DNA has to be integrated to the other lines of evidence. So the identification procedure will depend from the information available, state of preservation of the body, the availability of the information, and the context, what type of case. So, for example, for an air crash like this, it is important that probably the majority of information or the line of evidence that you can collect are related, for example, with odontology and probably DNA. If you have a body that has this adipose sear preservation, odontology is perfect preserved, so you can take odontology. The skeleton is almost complete, so you can establish the biological profile, the sex, the age, the height, trauma. These individualizing features can also be documented here, because in a body with adipose sear, the tattoos. Sorry. The tattoos can be visible, and even the scars can be visible. If you have a dismembered body, it is possible to establish the age, because you have the forearm, you have the pelvis. It is possible to establish the sex because you have pelvis. It is possible to take a DNA sample. So depends. For each case, you can have an approach. And for skeletons, which is very frequent now in context of armed conflict, that you find skeletons, it is possible to do a lot of things. You can establish the sex, you can establish the height, you can establish the age, you can document trauma, you can do complete odontological documentation, you can document trauma, you can establish the cause of death, and of course, you can identify the body through DNA and the other lines of evidence. So in summary, during an autopsy, you can document all these features or all this information. You can establish the age, the sex, the stature, the identifying features, the description of clothes or personal belongings. If the body is fresh, you can take fingerprints, you can do dental examination, you can take photographs, you can establish the cause of death, and you can take a DNA sample. If you do these 10 steps, if you collect these 10 sets of information, if you construct these lines of evidence, you are doing a very good autopsy in terms of, with the purpose of identification. And remember, this is important for you. You are my colleagues. I'm a medical doctor, I'm a forensic pathologist. More information available from the autopsies equal less missing. So don't forget, this is part of our responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If there are questions from our participants here, there being none, we would like to present to you, sir, our plaque of appreciation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zorro, for that insightful and very cohesive lecture. Now let me read to you, as a sign of our appreciation, plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to Andres Rodriguez Zorro, MD, MSc, Forensic Specialist, International Committee of the Red Cross, in graceful recognition of your invaluable services extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, Forensics Partner in Criminal Investigation, held on April 7, 2022. Signed, Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity, and I will share the presentation. I will do the amendment of one of the slides that I commit was my mistake. I will amend and I will share the presentation with you, and I will share a document, the new guideline of identification from ICRC. Please feel free to use this document. Please feel free to disseminate this document. It is for everyone in the forensic field that is interested in the topic of identification. It's a very, very good document. Highly recommended. Please take a look.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, to introduce our next speaker, may we call on Dr. Wilfredo Tierra to come on stage.
Thank you again, Aljon. What are the ethical considerations in forensics? This is the subject of our next speaker. Our next speaker is a doctor of medicine by profession. She has a postgraduate in forensic medicine and toxicology, a master's in Philippine hospital and health systems management, also a master's Erasmus Mundus in bioethics, and a PhD from Dublin City University, Ireland. She is also the national counselor in India as regards torture medicine. She has a postgraduate diploma in medical law and ethics, and also a postgraduate diploma in human rights law. Currently, she is the director for the Center of Ethics and the professor and head of the Department of Forensic Medicine, where she teaches toxicology, forensic medicine, medical ethics. She also conducts medical legal autopsies, examination of skeletal remains, and clinical forensic medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Dr. Veena Ravi Baswani.
Dr. Baswani, could you please turn on your audio?
Can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You may proceed now, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Please do let me know when the slides move, because sometimes they do get stuck and we need to play not in the slideshow mode. So here I begin. Good afternoon to you all. Greetings from Center for Ethics and Department of Forensic, Yenepoya University. I would like to thank at the outset our professional colleague, Dr. Wilfredo, and also the team NBI Forensic Summit for such a wonderful assortment of lectures which are state of the art. So I bring you ethical consideration in forensics. So this is from Yenepoya University. This is India. This is the state of Karnataka. And this is from where we are located. And this is the university. The reason why I'm talking about India, it's a very diverse country with a diverse kind of cultural related crimes as well as the usual round-the-mill crimes. So here we talk about ethics in relation to forensic. So ethics is a rules or standards governing the conduct of a person or a conduct of society members in a profession. It's the application of morality in a context Because it's a branch of moral philosophy, we talk about what is right from wrong, what is the correct thing to do, and what is good from bad and virtue from vice. How does it get connected to forensic? Forensic is application of medical knowledge in giving justice, whereas the ethics talks about autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. So from the justice platform, we are both there. So it is the moral principles that govern a person's conduct, and in the field of ethics, it's a systematizing of knowledge, defending and recommending concept of right and wrong, which I think is quite a mirror image of what we do in forensic. So when we talk about forensic, again, we are more chasing law, but we are giving justice, which is on the ethics side. So law consists of a set of rules and regulation, whereas ethics asks us to do something better, something more, and even beyond law. Where law is legally binding, ethics is morally binding. So where law is imposed through legal framework, ethics asks us to behave in a way that we ourselves feel at the end of the day we have done something good. So doing ethics through justice. Although both law and ethics are made in alignment so that they do not contradict each other, both go side by side as they provide how to act in a particular manner. Every person is equal in the eye of law and ethics. Nobody is superior or inferior. Further, these two allow a person to think freely and to choose. In the kind of justice that forensic provides, it is through the evidence which is secured, collected, conducted, produced, and interpreted. So if evidence that is admissible is without scientific basis, or it follows a bias, then an innocent can be punished, which frustrates the way of giving justice. So some of the ethical issues in the use of technology, because the more technology that we opt in, there is also an area that is umbra or a penumbra region we cannot see, that is the false positive and the false negative. And sometimes the evidence may not be robust. The privacy and the confidentiality in some cases, especially where a media trial is going on, and even before the case is heard, and then the privacy of a person, especially a living person, is totally gone. The crimes due to hacking, the computer crimes, and also the digital divide. Can everybody access justice through this? And the lack of professionalism. So this, I have tried to put it through this particular way of looking at justice. Ethical issues in forensic science. Take, for instance, there is a newer application, a research that results in an application that can be utilized for giving justice. So one, we have a technology, and how do we interpret that technology? When we have interpreted it, are we also very sure about, is there a false positive? Is it possible that it cannot be implemented in a case of life and death situation, but it can be interpreted, let us say, in roughly in a marketable and other strategies? Because here, when we talk of justice, through the lens of forensic, it could result a person in gallows or a capital punishment or a life imprisonment. So the technology, does it really serve the purpose of excluding all others and pointing to this particular person before it is accepted or as an evidence? Or what is the stage in which that is still in the nascent stage, but it is literally lapped up as an evidence? Same thing with when we talk of evidence. It is starting right from the collection. Now, generally what happens in India is whenever there is a crime, it is not always that the police reach first. In fact, there are the people who are observers, layperson, that rush to the spot and try to be like heroes. They literally tamper with everything that is there, trying to examine and put it back. Even in case of Mangalore air crash disaster in 2010, where 155 people died, the first to reach were the people waiting at the airport, and they were rushing and running helter-skelter. So that is where the very first way of collection of evidence is not proper. chain of custody is not proper, and recording of evidence is not proper, then you can understand how the justice can get hijacked. So it's very important to know that through ethics, we need to have the issue of a strong, robust framework where the professionalism and the investigative agencies meet. And then secondly, when we are interpreting the results, the cases are on record when a person who was just an onlooker smoked a cigarette and left it there, and the investigators picked it up, analyzed it for anything including the DNA, and then came back to a person who was just passing by and he has thrown his cigarette butt after waiting there for some time and nobody came and he left off. So that how the evidence can be misled, and also the evidence through the vested interests. In certainly some of the high profile cases where we would like to do our best, but there is also a pressure from the vested interests that itself may not help in getting the justice. Then is the bias that is inherent in us. If we have to question our own bias, what is our own bias? Oftentimes we come to know we have a stereotyping image of a person or a group of people or a community. The moment you hear their name, you would say, these people are like this. So that is our bias. And when we are investigating and we carry a bias, that can be a very bad combination. The bias has been sometime structurally inbuilt into the system. We had a colonial rule, everyone is aware. When we got freedom, we had the Indian Penal Code, which we made for India. But what remained same was certain procedures in which certain communities have been labeled criminal. That means whenever something happens, there used to be the one who used to be beaten up to get some evidence. So that talks about the bias and also talks about how there is not justice, but rather the vulnerables are being put to inconvenience. Vulnerables are harmed because there is some bias which makes them criminals, and they are no more criminals but continue to harbor the same thought. So that is a very important thing to, as an investigator, to question my own bias in my interpretation. And then is a professionalism. Now professionalism is inbuilt in certain countries where they have a lot of encouragement for death investigation, and also mortuary and autopsies. In India, it didn't happen that way. For a long time, the dead body autopsy was relegated to the last resort. And you know, the living never believe they're going to die. So they make no efforts to upgrade a mortuary for a long time. I'm talking about some years back, some decades back. So the most of the autopsy instruments were very outdated or archaic, but these days there's a huge amount of mortuary upgradation happening everywhere. But that is not to say there is a professional development program. It is very much required to have a professional development program to understand what is it, because we are closest to giving justice. We are the mediators of giving justice. So if we do not have a professional attitude, a professional capability, a lack of skill, we have a lack of commitment that may totally hijack the ethics and the justice thus provided. So these elements, according to me, are very important because my PhD was on ethics of forensic medicine in disasters. And we noticed in the in-depth interview that most of the people who were working in disasters were not trained with disaster victim identification. Out of 20 people of 20 different big institutions, only one was trained in the disaster victim identification. So whenever there is a disaster, if there is lack of skill, then if there is no proper way of identifying the body, there's no proper way of collection of the DNA, and there's no proper way of producing it in the court. One of the common ways how I see this as a lack of professional development programs is what happens to our sexual assault cases. In India, more than 70% of the cases don't see the light of the day and are not produced the evidence is not produced in a way that should be produced. Why? Because the forensic work is done even by the medical practitioner who are not trained in forensic. It is done by everyone. I do not have any complaint, but they should be trained into professionally how do we collect the material, how do we conduct material, how do we produce it in the chain of evidence so that it can be used in the court. But rather, we are still resorting ourselves to one finger test, two finger test, and say the person is used to sexual intercourse. So where is ethics? Where is justice? And we have within us a direct agency to promulgate justice, to forward justice, which we are not doing. So the Project Innocence, I just wanted to give an example. It doesn't happen only in US. It happens in my country. But only thing is I don't have data to present. So when I'm presenting from US, please do not mistake that it doesn't happen in India. It does, but I appreciate them for their transparency of collection of data and putting it in the public domain. So this was in the Project Innocence, was in the wake of understanding whether the incorrect identification of eyewitnesses was a factor, and it turned out to be over 70% of wrongful convictions. And these people are convicted with life imprisonment. So Innocence Project mission was to free staggering number of innocent people who remain incarcerated and to bring reform to the system responsible for their unjust imprisonment. So the death penalty carries inherent risk of executing innocent person. We all know that. But since 1973, at least 186 people who had been wrongly convicted and sentenced to death have been exonerated. So is this a good science or a biased science? Bias, I mean, we have a strong judgment, opinion to begin the investigation. So at every level, we are promoted or we are accelerated into our belief that this is such a thing. It is starting with a hypothesis or starting with wanting to prove something in research. That means you are not keeping your research neutrality. So does it result in miscarriage of justice? Is this not unethical? A science used with bias is unprofessional. So in the death penalty also, we saw that in Louisiana, the odds of death sentence were 97% higher for those whose victim was a white than those who was a black. We have in India a transgender bill. And in that, if you kill a transgender, the punishment is lesser than killing a normal person. My question is why? Are they not both human? Are the actions not similar? So a study in California found that those convicted of killing whites were more than 3 times as likely to be sentenced to death as those convicted of killing blacks, and more than 4 times more likely as those convicted of killing Latinos. So this is where our biases mindset comes in. A comprehensive study of death penalty in North Carolina found that the odds of receiving death sentence rose by 3.5 times among those defendants whose victims were white. So your chance of getting life imprisonment literally multiplies by 3 times if you kill a white. So similarly, the challenges which we face in DNA fingerprinting, because not all labs are well equipped. DNA profiling is used in case of sexual assault, paternity, maternity cases, murder investigation, identification, mutilated or unidentified bodies. But in all these cases, what is important that the labs should have the skills required and the interpretation should be done in a way that is not biased, and people who should be trained to pick up. Otherwise, they would end up picking the tissue samples which are not representative of the person. So again, challenges in DNA fingerprinting, lack of adequate infrastructure and facilities due to contamination of samples and non-availability of a comprehensive database for identification of persons who eventually lead to late disposal of cases. These are some of the cases from India. Now I'm talking about the trial of the century, which is called as the O.J. Simpson case. He was an NFL football legend. I'm only discussing this because I'm aware that you're also aware of it. If I bring out a case from India, you're not as much aware of it. So now, he'd been tried for the murder of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and a friend, Ronald Goldman. He was acquitted in criminal court after a lengthy, highly publicized trial. So what went wrong? First, on the scene, the police found evidence of blood and they entered Simpson's home without a search warrant. an action permissible only if the situation was an emergency, but this was not an emergency. However, the police collected a pair of blood-stained gloves during their search. The collection of evidence without proper warrant became the key argument used by Simpson's legal team and ultimately led to his acquittal. The process was not whether the blood matched O.J. Simpson. The question here was, how did police gather these evidence without having a proper warrant? So the lesson learned: if forensic evidence to be admissible in the court, highest professional standards also must be used at the crime scene. Ethics matters. So with that, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity, and I hope I have done in the given time, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaswani. We have a few of our medical legal officers here. If they have some questions for Dr. Vaswani, you may ask them now. There appears to be no questions. We thank you, ma'am, and we would like to present to you our certificate of appreciation.
Lack of recognition is hereby awarded to Dr. Veena Ravi Vaswani in grateful recognition of your invaluable services extended for the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, Forensics, Partner in Criminal Investigation, held on April 7, 2022. Signed, Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Thank you so much for your contribution, Dr. Vaswani.
Thank you very much.
Okay, at this juncture, before we proceed with our next speaker, as requested by our Director, Eric Destor, we would like to hear a short message from our Assistant Directors. We will start with Assistant Director for Legal Services, Edwin Laterio.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Edwin Luterio of the Legal Service. This comes as a surprise. But coming from the director, what can I do? But surely there's a lot to be thankful for the conduct of the event this afternoon. Foremost of which is the desire of our director to improve the quality of the forensic service and to emphasize its importance in the investigation process of our bureau. So I'd like to congratulate the forerunner of this event this afternoon, the Forensic Investigation Service, headed by Director Lavin, and of course the support staff and all the division chiefs of the FIS. I hope this will be the beginning of the completion of the desire of our director to highlight the importance of the Forensic Investigation Service in the life of the NBI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
May we call on our Assistant Director for Administrative Services, Attorney Rachel Marfil Angeles.
Dep Labi ng ano mo sa yung idea siguro to. So I thank the organizers led by our handsome deputy, Ferdy Lavin, and all our presenters, guest speakers, and all present here, yung mga division chiefs, pati chief of staff, of different services. We have free lunch and free snacks. Thank you very much. And during the entire process of the lectures, dumating pa rin ang realization na kailangan talaga natin ng training para ma-uplift ang ating skills. So rest assured that admin service through the NBI Academy under the modernization will not forget forensic. Sabay-sabay tayong lahat mag-aaral, mag-i-improve. Yan din ang order ng NBI Director. So I'd like to quote his statement, we move forward together. Together, we move forward. One NBI, one family tayo. Thank you po.
Thank you so much for your messages, Attorney Marfil Angeles, Sir Edwin Luterio. Thank you so much. So after every speaker, we will hear some of the short messages from our assistant directors. Okay, so for our next speaker, I will call on to introduce our next speaker. He is our foreign counterpart from Taiwan, the legal attaché, Mr. Sam Lin. A round of applause, everyone.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just still shocked for the surprise. Actually, I didn't expect that I would be on the venue. So at first, I would like to thank Director Gestor, for and all our deputy directors, assistant directors, all NBI officers, everyone. I'm still a little bit nervous. Yeah. I'd like to thank for the opportunity for the MJIB for today to join in the presentation, and also for me give compliments. Yeah. And next, I'd like to introduce the speaker from Taipei, Ms. Du. She was an investigator for anti-corruption in our field office for 7 years. And right now, she's a specialist for digital forensic. And today, she's going to introduce how we do in our office under all operations for the mobile forensic. Okay. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you for this chance for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you can hear us, you may proceed.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jinting Tu, and we have some problem about PowerPoint. So please give us a minute. Okay, I'm sorry for keep you waiting. I'm Agent Du. Hello everyone there. It's an honor to have the opportunity to join a forensic summit. I'm going to introduce mobile device forensic. I'll introduce myself first. I'm a special agent served in Ministry of Justice Investigation Bureau. I was assigned to handle criminal investigation to fight corruption for 7 years. In recent 3 years, I've been engaged in cyber forensic investigation. And now let's take a brief look at outlines. There are 3 chapters. First, I'll introduce fundamental of mobile devices, including how the data is stored. Okay. When the data is deleted, how it works to be recovered, and I'll introduce the professional mobile device forensic tools. As you know, mobile phones play important roles in life today. The market is divided between iOS and other Android operating systems. So we'll see how to deal with mobile phone with these 2 operation systems. In the next 2 chapters, we'll talk about how to extract data from phones and how to crack password. Due to the limited time, I'll focus on extracting data rather than analyzing data. Because if the data is extracted successfully, all you need to do is put them into forensic tools. All the data will be decoded and categorized for you automatically. Okay, in the first chapter, I will introduce mobile devices and which forensic tools can recover deleted files. So let's get started. I think the smartphone you know must be either iPhone or Android phone. Android phone and iPhones almost take the whole market, but there are more choices about smartphone. Those phones are not as popular as iPhones or Android, like Windows Phone or Ubuntu Phone. BQ is the first mobile phone running Ubuntu operating system. It's a Spanish product. And there are other mobile devices around our lives that we should not forget, like wearable devices, including Apple Watch or Samsung Watch. And drones are also mobile devices. And there are 5 locations for smartphones to save data. First one is SIM card. In the past, SIM card used to save contact and messages. But now, the smartphones save contacts and messages by default. You can hardly find data in SIM card right now. The second one is SD card. Android phones include a SD card slot, allowing users to expand the storage to save pictures, videos, download files, and APKs. The third one is mobile internal storage, which is NAND flash memory. The NAND flash can retain data files such as photos, videos, music, and database, including instant message, history, and geolocation. Almost every user's data are saved in flash memory. Backup is an important part of mobile. Almost every smartphone provides a backup option to users to back up data and settings. like iTunes Backup, iCloud, and Google Backup. Okay. Cloud may be more and more important in this day. Manufacturers offer a service to let users manage their photos, contacts, backups, and other data on cloud. There are other popular cloud services like cloud storage as the well-known Google Drive, Dropbox, and Cloud Notebook like OneNote. Those are designed to save users' data. Okay. Okay. In this page, you should, next page. In this page, I'll introduce mobile forensic tools. Celebrite UFED and XRY are the most famous professional mobile forensic tools in the world. Celebrite is an Israeli forensic company. In recent years, Celebrite UFED and UFED Premium has become the top mobile forensic tools, especially for criminal investigation support. Celebrite UFED performs logical, file system, and physical acquisition. UFED Premium enables to bypass or unlock the device and perform a full file system extraction on iOS devices. Premium can also perform physical or full file system extraction on parts of high-end Android devices. I will focus on these two forensic tools in the later chapter. Okay. There are three ways to extract data. The quickest but also the most limited is a logical extraction. In a logical extraction, the forensic tools communicate with the operating system of the mobile device using an application programming interface, which specifies how software components interact. The typical data available via a logical extraction are call logs, messages, images, videos, audio files, and contact. You can get most of the live data on the device, but you can't get deleted data. The next is file system extraction. File system extraction accesses the files on the mobile device's internal memory directly by forensic tools. The most important part of the file system extraction is the full access to the database files. Numerous applications store their information in database files. When a user deletes data that is part of a database, the entry within database is marked as deleted and is no longer visible to the user. This deleted data is remained in the database and is recoverable until the database performs routine maintenance. Once this process occurs, the data is no longer recoverable. The most extensive but least supported extraction method is the physical extraction. Physical extraction is least supported because getting full access to internal memory of a mobile device is completely dependent on the security measures designed by the manufacturer like Apple, Samsung, and other vendors. A physical extraction performs a bit-by-bit copy of the entire content of the flash memory. This extraction can lead to all live data and also data that has been deleted or is hidden. There are some things you should notice when you get a mobile evidence. First of all, you should turn on airplane mode and disconnect Wi-Fi to make sure the device is offline. Instant message and all the data on cloud could be wiped out remotely. Remember to check internet connect is off. And second, get the screen lock password and private space password is the most important things. A device without password is difficult to extract data. In the next chapter, we will learn iOS forensic, including how to extract data from iOS, limitation of iPhone forensic, and how to crack password. When it comes to iPhone forensic, data from iOS extracted via iTunes backup procedure. There are no other solutions of data extraction from modern iOS devices. iOS forensic tools should not be judged for its extraction capabilities, but for its ability to parse iTunes backup. Only iPhone 4S or previous version can do physical extraction because after iPhone 4S, iPhones have full disk encryption. In theory, files that were deleted and haven't been overwritten can be rescued. But that won't happen in iOS devices because it has full disk encryption. Encryption converts data in storage into code. To access encoded data, you need to perform decryption. String lock password is the decryption key. Before you unlock your iPhone, your data will stay in encryption. The decryption key is stored in allocated area. Once the data is deleted, those data belongs to unallocated area and iOS destroys the decryption keys. That's why there is no way to access unallocated area data. So now you may wonder that if there is no way to recover deleted data on iPhone, why we talk about iPhone forensic? Here is a thing we can recover. It's third-party apps database like chat history. And that's what we really care. And when you delete a chat message, the value of the specific chat column will be marked as deleted, and it is not moved to unallocated area, so the value in database is possible to be recovered. To protect device, iPhone will ask you to set password to enable device protection. To prevent unauthorized users from using your device. Once the iPhone is unlocked, the data are no longer encrypted and there is no security. But is iPhone string lock password unbreakable? iPhone used to be proud of their security protection until 2016. This news is talking about Celebrite cracking iPhone's password for FBI. Celebrite Premium have found a way to bypass the limits on screen password entry enforced by interfering with the code that counts the number of failed attempts. So we can launch a brute force attack to try to discover the passcode without fear of the device being bricked. Now, Celebrite provides advanced unlocking services and a product to unlock iPhone. The product is UFA Premium. It's that this product is only for law enforcement or investigating agencies. But there are limitations for cracking password. First, Premium can't work on A50, 10, or later chip, which means only up to iPhone 12 and a previous iPhone can be compromised to crack password. Second, there is another limitation. iPhone has upgraded their privacy policy. Every password attempt have to wait about 5 to 10 minutes to do the next attempt. So if you get a iPhone with 6 passwords, you have to wait about 16 years to crack the passcode. If you want to choose a faster way to get the data, you should keep iPhone in an AFU mode, which is after first unlock mode, which means the device had been entered the correct passcode. You should maintain the power supply and don't turn off the device. Premium can get the token to cheat iPhone and perform a full system extraction. A different security company called Grayshift has also announced that they can unlock iPhone's locker with Gray Key machine. You can see Gray Key is this black box with 2 lightning cable that can hack iPhone security system. Apple, however, managed to block that hack, but Gray Key announced Apple didn't success for blocking Gray Key. In this news, Gray Key had cracked iPhone 11 password for sure, and in our experience, it can support to unlock iPhone 12 Pro. Even without password, it can extract part of instant message and files. It's a powerful product. Let's move on to the next point. In this chapter, we are going to focus on Android. Android is the leading operating system for smartphones worldwide. Android once dominates the industry with more than 15% market share, so we have to understand how to deal with Android. Android preserves app data by uploading it to the user's Google Drive, where it is protected by user's Google account credentials. This function works or not depends on the app's configuration. Basically, Android allow backup flag will let the system know where to take backup of your application while taking the system backup. In the past, app was being set the Android allow backup flag to true by default. We could easily get whole user's data by sending ADB command ADB backup. But in recent, instant message companies thought this setting could cause risks of users' privacy. They have changed the Android allow backup flag to false in recent version. Since the setting has been changed, we can't access instant message data anymore. We have two options to deal with this problem. First is to downgrade, and the second is to use chip vulnerability. So what's downgrade? If the setting of previous version allow Android backup, we can reinstall the previous version to access users' chat conversation again. We can remove the current app and keep users' data. Then install previous version of app. After we pull out database, we reinstall original app. We should consider the risk of downgrade. After removing app, the system might not allow you to install the previous version or reinstall original app on safety purpose. Although the database is still in the phone, we can see communication app and conversation history on the screen. The second option is to use professional forensic tool. UFED and UFED Premium Celebrate UFED collect the chips flow and OS security weakness, including MediaTek chips, Qualcomm chips, Killing chips, and Exynos chips. Most of them are zero-day exploit. 0 days meant this problem has not released to the public. Some of them are hardware flaws. It can be fixed by OS upgrade and software patch. UFED use these flaws to access Android data by full file system extraction. full file system extraction, including almost every data we are interested in, including chat conversation. More and more Android like Huawei, Xiaomi, Vivo, Samsung, ASUS come with a dual apes setting that allows you to create, duplicate, or clone ape. Multiple accounts could be a problem. Whether you can extract clone ape's chat conversation depends on its configuration. If this ape set a low backup flag to true, it is highly possible to access multiple accounts' chat history. If this ape set a low backup flag to false, the only way to access multiple account chat history is to perform a physical acquisition. One of the limitations of Android forensic is dual space. Xiaomi, Huawei, Samsung, and other manufacturers are involved in creating a second space for user. There are main space and private space. Each space can be protected by different password or fingerprint, and user can switch between the two from the lock screen. Why dual space matters? Dual space is the perfect place to store all the photos, videos, files, apps, and the data that you want to keep private. And data in dual space is hard to discover. Forensic tools may not analyze the data in second space, so whether there is a second space really matters. In the last page, we'll talk about crack Android password. There are three ways. The first is root your phone and remove the file stored password. There are lots of methods on internet to show you how to root your smartphone and remove password key or pattern key. Gaining root access on Android is something like running Windows as an administrator. You have full access to the system directory and can make changes to the way the OS operates. Just remember there is always a risk of rooting. You might break your device simply trying to root it. The second is use UFAF for PC to bypass password. UFAF for PC offers solutions for locked Android devices, but for limited models only. Part of Android devices support a power-off bypass extraction. And the last is use UFAF Premium to crack password. UFAF Premium can unlock on leading Android devices, especially supports for Samsung Galaxy models and some of high-end Android devices. Now I'm finished my briefing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chin Ting Tu from the Ministry of Justice Investigation Bureau of Taiwan. If there are questions from our resource speaker, there is just one question sent through our chat box. Madam, if you can share with us your presentation. This is from our Office of the Deputy Director for Forensic Investigation Service. May we be privileged with a copy of your presentation, if that is possible?
Of course.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please do stay for a while. We will be presenting now our certificate of recognition.
plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to Tu Chin Ting in grateful recognition of your invaluable services extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, Forensics Partner in Criminal Investigation, held on April 7, 2022. Given the 7th day of April 2022 at the Diamond Hotel, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Ma'am, thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this moment, before we proceed with our next speaker, may we call on two of our Assistant Directors to give a short message. Assistant Director Jose de Leiras, followed by Assistant Director Jose Justoyap.
Okay, thank you very much, Saljon. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, this summit is really an enjoyable one. We do not only have good speakers, but we have also a lot of surprises. At any rate, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer of this summit, the Office of the Forensic Investigation, as well as the wholehearted support of our director, the beloved, honorable Eric B. Destor. Wala eh. Sorry, wala. At any rate, this summit gave us enough learnings, and hopefully these learnings will not only be left here in this room, but will be cascaded in your offices or to others who needed it most. I truly believe in the saying that the mind is the best place to invest in, but dangerous one to lost. Thank you.
Good sleepy afternoon to all of us. Although it's a sleepy afternoon, I think we learned a lot from the source persons. And the director perfectly employed the element of surprise in asking us to say a few words. Although surprised, we thank the director for giving us the opportunity to say a few words. And I think it's an opportunity to commend the men and women of the Forensic Investigation Service for organizing and hosting this first Forensic Summit. Can we give a big round of applause to the men and women of FIS? Thank you. And I think this is, I'm sure this is the brainchild of our director, so may I request everybody to give a big round of applause to our director. Thank you. And again, congratulations to the men and women of FIS and to the officer in charge. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you so much for your warm messages, AD Yap and AD De Leiras. I think we have one more question for Ms. Tu. Am I right? Carol, meron daw po.
If Madam Chin is still online, we would just like to call our legal attaché, Mr. Sam Lin, who will receive the plaque of recognition for Madam Chin Ting Tu.
Okay.
And may we call also our Assistant Director, Ferdinand Lavin, to present the plaque of recognition, sir.
So to represent Ms. Chinting Tu, Mr. Samlin, our legal attaché from Taiwan. Ayan. Welcome to Taiwan. Thank you, sir. We're also asking you this for you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, we will proceed with our next speaker. Our next speaker worked as a deputy coordinator in the program Fazendo Justeca. He has worked as an expert and coordinator of Brazilian National Preventive Mechanism Against Torture and a professor of law in different known universities. At present, he is a crime prevention and criminal justice officer at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to Mr. Rafael Barreto Soza.
Hello, good afternoon to you all. Magandang hapon. It's the best I'll try for this evening. First of all, we would like to thank Director Eric Distor for the very kind invitation, and also to Chief of the IRD, Gerardo de Luna, for touring us on the last week with some of the work that we are initiating or kicking off with the NBI. But before I go into detail on that, it would be also interesting, we thought, to give you an overview of the work of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime worldwide, but also here in the office in the Philippines, so we can have a better understanding and hopefully think of new avenues for cooperation in the future. I don't know if they will be available to display the presentation. Oh, I have it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not up there.
Let's click the.
Apologies, technical issues. Maybe you should just make it bigger. Yes, maybe I will do it like that. If it's, maybe if you make it a little bigger, the PDF.
The plus button.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's good. Well, we've organized a template for what we normally do in these opportunities of introducing the organization. Today, I'm going to try to divide it into five different parts: the purpose of UNODC, the field of work, programs and initiatives, then more specifically on criminal justice and prison reform, and specifically on the work that's being done in the Philippines, and also an overview of our partners. So if we could. So our mission, our purpose is rather bold. It is a mission that involves trying to make the world safer from drugs, organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. So these are the main issues involved with UNODC's work worldwide, and currently we're part of the UN system effort with the Sustainable Development Goals targeted in 2013, some of which are closely related with investigations, with law enforcement, and of course with NBI's mandate. Our field of work, it's divided into 5 main areas. So we try to use this template to showcase it. On the yellow sphere, we have countering and preventing terrorism, which is a very important aspect of our work here in the Philippines. Next, we have transitional organized crime, which is also a concern, not only in the Philippines, but in the region, and often translates into the mandate of NBI. Then we have anti-corruption efforts, which may also have an interface with the Bureau's work. And then the criminal justice system, improving it in whatever way possible, which encompasses therein after the police, the prosecution, courts, and the prison system. Which I understand in the Philippines, you've designed it into 5 pillars, which I think is an amazing structure to understand the system as a whole. And last but not least, on the gray sphere over there, we have also a very important mandate dealing with the drug problem worldwide. Additionally to these 5 main issues, here in the Philippines and in other countries, we've also been involved with law enforcement against environmental crimes, and also involving crimes related to the maritime sphere, which being Philippines an island country also gains a lot of importance here in the country. On our programs and activities, we have here in the Philippines 12 main areas of work. I will not go into detail and bore you with all of them, but I'll try to focus on what is most closely related to NBI's work. Of course, in these times, the pandemic is wearing out, but is still a concern in every field in the country. So there is a very important work into COVID-19 response. Then we have the project that I am personally, and with my colleague here, Dexter Diwas, we're more involved directly, that relates to criminal justice and prison reform. Then anti-corruption efforts, which there's a variety and engagement with NBI. You've recently had agents participating in an anti-money laundering training that we organized in Makati, and there are different initiatives that are done in partnership with NBI in that field. Also, an issue that might be very interesting to discuss in the future related to cybercrime and investigation of these offenses, maritime crime, as I mentioned, environmental offenses, trafficking in persons, preventing and countering terrorism, women and law enforcement, so a gender aspect to be highlighted, health and drugs, a work supporting the efforts on law enforcement and criminal justice in the Barm region, and a very wide scoping initiative with the Joint Program on Human Rights, following a resolution from the UN Human Rights Commission, where that's a partnership between 4 UN agencies and the Philippine government. Related specifically to our main area of work, yes, where we can continue, it's criminal justice and prison reform, whereby we have a role in strengthening the rule of law, by promoting fair, humane, and accountable criminal justice system, and with a very important focus on prison reform. In these areas, we're very much centered around the Nelson Mandela rules, which were assembly, and which highlight the state-of-the-art standards on prison and detention in the world. And most of the rules that are over 120, they can be sort of sorted into these different categories involving staff training, prisoners' dignity as a must,
vulnerable groups, medical and healthcare services within and outside the prison, restrictions, discipline and sanctions, investigations into torture and deaths in custody, which might also overlap with some of NBI's mandate in that specific field, access to legal representation, complaints and inspections. These are issues that are all within the Nelson Mandela rules framework, and these are all issues that that's our role to promote, to build capacity and to see through real changes in the field. Yes, continuing, this is also some of the efforts that we are already doing in the Philippines. So this is a part where we start to be more specific on the work that we're doing in the Philippines, of course, based on the Nelson Mandela rules and also on Bangkok rules, which were designed initially in the Southeast Asia region with a lead from Thailand. But here, specifically, we are promoting technical assistance in the field of prison reform, like I said, focused on, in particular, a big e-learning platform that I would highly recommend, that is focused on all the aspects of the Nelson Mandela rules. Then we have a very important partnership with the corrections bodies of the Philippines, Bucor, BJMP, the PPA, focusing of persons deprived of liberty, as you call it here, the PDLs. And finally, we also have an interesting initiative regarding to drugs in the prison system.
Trying to make it more understandable or simplify.
We can. Trying to three main areas of priorities, and one of them, particularly the decongestion of the correction system, is closely related with the NBI's criminal clearance work and with the work of the IRD, and which is under the forensic service of the NBI. But these are the main areas. So we now are working very strongly on the efforts towards decongestion with violent extremist PDLs and with the COVID-19 response. The COVID-19 response has been supported by the UNODC in developing infection prevention and control strategies within the prisons. But it's also involved not only training and standard setting, but also involved very, how can I say, hard and physical answers to the problem by providing different equipment, PPEs and other different equipment to the jails and prisons in the Philippines. Yeah. These are a couple of pictures of the delivery of this equipment to these different agencies. We can move on. Same in BJMP and Bucor. And the second main area that I've mentioned of priority for our work here relates to violent extremism or terrorist-related offenders. And we've been working very closely with several agencies, with in the corrections pillar, but also with the President's Office in the National Action Plan on Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism in the country, which we also helped in the drafting process, and we're now trying to join efforts in the implementation of it. Apart from that, we're also working with risk needs and responsivity tools. These are risk assessment tools, if you may, for the prison population in terms of assessing their risk of reoffending upon reintegration and trying to develop customized responses and policies for these individuals who will be returning to the life and community, and that they can do so disengaged from a violent extremist ideology. Also, we're working with the capacity building of jail and prison officers. Yes. Well, here we arrive at the largest effort and the largest challenge that I think the UN, ODC, and I think the Philippines in general face, that is an extremely congested prison system and jail system. And one of the main areas of collaboration that we have been exploring regards to the digitalization of procedures and trying to leave behind a system that is rather paper-based, which of course entails drafting, printing, signing, putting into envelopes, sending envelopes over by mail, and then you have the delays in the postal service that might happen, and then having the same process once it reaches an agency, going back to the agency that requested that information. That can take up a very long time, and we're looking into making that digital and making it faster. A faster system that uses less resources is more effective and more efficient. It saves money and it reaches its goals faster. So it's perhaps in all the system, everyone who works in the system's interest to make that happen. And it can be done with several of the infrastructure and the equipment that NBI and the Bucor and BJMP and the courts already have, but maybe through redirecting and synergizing efforts to make these workflows work. In this particular specific case, we're working in supporting the e-court initiative within the Supreme Court, and also the single carpeta system, which is headed by the Department of Justice and also the DILG in their efforts in both PJMP and Bucor and PPA and BPP in those issues. Within this, there's also a very important connection related to criminal clearances for PDLs, which is headed by the NBI of all the whole clearance and for the release process for people who are eligible for probation or parole. And within that, we would like to start an effort of supporting an interagency fast tracking based on the digitalization I've mentioned, and also trying to provide technical
more recent pictures. Last week, yes, we didn't have that was taken. We would like to request that
assistance by the Nelson Mandela rules. Future presentations director. But as you can see, Chief De Luna is there, where we were able to understand the whole process undergoing the IRD for the clearance process, and trying to suggest and kicking off a digitalization procedure that would involve equipment and, of course, the use of the infrastructure and the internet that already exists, but also a common understanding between the agencies. For this to work, to have expedited clearances that we have looked up, it can take up to 4 months in a worst case scenario. Due to the paper-based and the mail part. If we were to have them sent by emails, for example, potentially it could be reduced from 4 months to 2 weeks. That's a very significant improvement. Maybe we can look forward to doing it in 48 hours in the future, like happens in different countries. But we got to start somewhere. I think the email system would be a very good first step. And I would also like to highlight that this initiative of working together does not start with this issue, but has already been in place with the anti-corruption team that our colleagues work in the UNODC, and specifically with this very recent anti-money laundering training that was done a couple of weeks ago. Finally, on the main areas that we're working in, I'd like to comment the Human Rights Initiative, which is an initiative that was put forward by the UN Human Rights Commission in it's a first off resolution of this council to establish a joint program on human rights that will put together the Philippine government and 4 UN agencies here in the Philippines to promote, among several other fields of improvement, but mostly 2 that are under the UNODC mandate, countering terrorism and the drug control. And within the drug control, since the drug policy is very much interconnected with the criminal justice system, there is a gateway there to discuss decongestion and the prison system and the expediting of these procedures. Yeah. And to finalize, we would like just to mention our partners that have been closely working with us and providing us the much needed funds and support for these activities, which I would like to highlight right now: the Australian government, the government from the US, Japan, Canada, and the European Union. And also, we would like to highlight all the different national partners that we have, and you can see NBI's logo there in the center. This predates me, Director, so yeah. So I mean, it's an effort that we would like to continue to build on and strengthen and potentially, you know, make the procedures as expedited as possible. I think the last one is just, it's just a thank you slide. Maraming salamat, and then we're at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now be presenting the certificate of recognition to be presented by our Director and Assistant Director for Forensic Investigation Service.
May we call on our NBI Director, Eric Destor, and Assistant Director, Ferdinand Levine, to award the plaque of recognition to Rafael Barreto Souza.
Good, right? Good, smart.
Plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to Rafael Barreto Souza in grateful recognition of your invaluable services extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, Forensics, Partner in Criminal Investigation, held on April 7, 2022, signed Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. We will be inviting you to other the cybercrime bank.
So we will proceed with our next speaker. To introduce our next speaker, may we call on stage Mr. Mujib Piang of our Forensic Chemistry Division.
Chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive incidents. These are abbreviated as CBRNE. In every country, they have their own system to mitigate and respond to these kinds of situations. Finally, this afternoon we get to talk about these kinds of situations. Our next speaker is not just a medical frontliner, not just a fire officer, but he is currently a scientific advisor in the Dutch research institute called Rijksinstituut van Volksgezondheid en Milieu, shortly called RIVM, which translates to National Institute for Health and Environment in the Netherlands. He is a biological botanical engineer with a 20-year career experience in the environmental sampling and fieldwork coordination. Niels Masselink works as a training coordinator and sampling expert for the Department of CBRNE Response. He coordinates the trainings of all members of the National CBRNE Response Organization. He writes and develops guidelines and procedures for different kinds of sampling for chemical incidents. He has been on an environmental emergency mission for the UN to Ukraine in 2010, and he also went to EU to the Solomon Islands in 2014. On 2020, he was deployed to St. Martin doing environmental burns on a waste dump. Currently, Niels is committed in helping us. He is committed to CBRN Project 61 CChem, which aims to achieve enhanced chemical safety and security in the Southeast Asia regions. So without further ado, we are very excitingly presenting Engineer Niels J. Masselink.
Well, thank you for the long introduction. I will see how to present my presentation. Do you make me presenter or how does it work? Do you see my presentation or not?
Hello, sir.
Yes?
Nandiyan ba yung presentation? Can you please share your screen?
Yeah,
It's
how
okay
can I do
at
it?
an icon in the middle of the.
No, present now. Okay. Shit.
Hi, sir.
Yes.
Can you see the arrow on the bottom? The
Yes, I can see the arrow on the bottom.
I
Entire
think you're already
presentation.
sharing your screen.
Do you see me?
Yeah.
Do you see the presentation? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because your own cursor is moving. Can you just go to your PowerPoint presentation?
Do you see now my PowerPoint presentation or not?
No. Your screen is still on the Google Meet.
Well, this is always. It
Yes,
says
you're
share,
currently displaying your Google Meet window.
a window. Yeah, and how can I change to my presentation? That's nice, always.
Hello, sir. Kindly press the arrow up button on the bottom part. Arrow up and then go to a tab.
Oh, A tab, yes. And then select, okay. And then probably should. Okay, can I share this? And then this is not the one you need to see.
There you go.
Do you see my presentation now?
It's gone.
No.
No, sir.
Actually, the PowerPoint need to be open. So
it is already open. It is
When you go to the tab, you can see it in a small your PowerPoint. If you click on it and then share.
Yeah, I see that, but oh, I hate these kind of things. Stop. I'm presenting. How can I go to my? Why can I? Sorry, this is not.
Niels, I guess we could present on our side your presentation since we have a copy here. If that is okay with you.
Yeah, but can you tell her? Can you tell him to reconnect? Kasi
Wala, hindi siya. Nawala siya. Stop sharing.
Sir Nils, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, the slide is gone again.
Yeah, no, now it's there. Okay. You see my presentation yet?
Yes, we see it already.
Okay, sorry for all this inconvenience, but
Kindly full screen, sir, your PowerPoint presentation. Can you full screen it?
it is full screen on my it is full screen on my
Kindly press F5. F5.
yes, F5, yes.
Okay, you may proceed, sir.
Do you see it?
Thank you. Yes, we see it already.
Okay. Oh, I need to press that one.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
I am
for
in
your
presentation mode now. Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes. It's all loud and clear po.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, you can go on. You can start your presentation now, sir.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Present to everyone. Do you hear me or not?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Seems like I'm talking into thin air.
Yes, you can
Hello.
start your presentation now, Mr. Okay, thank you. Hello?
Sir, you could start.
Why this is working? Yeah, stop sharing.
Sir, you could present your presentation.
Do you hear me?
Clearly.
Yes, we
Seems
can
I've lost
hear you.
connection.
We could hear you clearly.
Nawala na siya.
Hindi, sabihin mo, start na ng presentation.
Do you hear me now? Because I can't hear you.
Hello, sir. We could properly hear you.
Hello? Contact?
Hello.
What the hell? Share. Do you hear me or not? Please confirm.
Yes,
if
we could hear
me,
you.
Because I do not hear you.
Mute daw kayo.
They have a bad connection. Just a minute.
If you could hear us, sir,
You
could
hear me?
Sir, we could
Hi,
probably
sir. We can hear you loud and clear. You can start your own presentation now.
Hello?
Can you hear us? Hello?
We'll stop sharing and try to.
Hi, Neil. Can you hear us?
Oh, you can hear me clearly? Okay. And I will share my presentation, and I will start my presentation, and I will talk, and then the problem is I do not hear you, but okay. Let's start. Wait a minute. Let's get my notes, and then we'll start. Sorry for all this inconvenience. Okay. Oh, come on, please. Okay, well, I will just start, and then you text me if everything goes okay or not. Thank you for the long introduction. I was asked to tell you something about CBRN in the Netherlands. So that I will do. Like Mujib already said, I work for the National Institute for Public Health and the Environment, or RIVM in the Netherlands. Our goal or our motto is a healthy population living in a sustainable, safe and healthy environment. My institute is divided into 3 different departments. The first one is infectious diseases. The second one is public health and health services. Both of these departments were heavily involved in the pandemic, COVID pandemic in the Netherlands the last 2 years. And the last department is the Department for Environment and Safety. And this is the department I work for. I work for the Environmental Incident Services, or MOD, as we call it in the Netherlands. This service is activated if there's any environmental incident in the Netherlands, but also when there are CBRN incidents or attacks in the Netherlands. And what do? We support the government in controlling and minimizing the effects of the incidents. How do we do this? By taking samples in the field, analyze these in our mobile chemical lab, and then we not only give the outcome of these results to the government, but we also give an interpretation and an advice how to handle. Here you see some of the examples for the service. For instance, here in the middle, you see a big fire at a chemical plant near Rotterdam. And especially every summer, we see a lot of fires in waste dumps in the Netherlands. And that you see people who are involved with these incident services. The service consists about 150 persons. I think now we're around 145. And they all cover 15 different expertise. For example, we have medical doctors, but we also have a reconnaissance and sampling teams, and we have experts on radiation or drinking water. It depends on the question what we need. And this is how it works. If there's an incident in the Netherlands, for instance, a big fire, and the fire department needs help or more expertise, they can call us 24/7. We first ask what kind of help or expertise they need, and then we provide the required expertise. If they need more expertise or we need more expertise, we can always do an appeal on the labs in our laboratory network. Again, then we collect all the information we can gather, and we give the results back to the one who asked for our help. Besides environmental incidents, we are also preparing for sheep ren incidents. Here you see some well-known sheep ren incidents worldwide. For instance, Novichok in England, but also the attack on the underground in Japan. We are glad that we did not have such kind of incident in the Netherlands yet. The only thing we have concerning sheep ren incidents in the Netherlands are powder letters. We receive about 5 to 10 powder letters a year. And within our institute, we invest all these powder letters in our lab if there are any sheep ren agents present. Despite the fact that we never had a major sheep ren incident in the Netherlands, we are still preparing for it. In the Netherlands, there's not one, but there are several organizations involved when there's such an incident. Therefore, we have developed what is called in the Netherlands the protocol suspicious objects. The goal of this protocol is to make sure there is an unambiguous and adequate response to this sheep ren incident or attack. It also points out who will be the major players in the field when there's such an incident. For instance, you see here the police, military, medical, and even research institutes like mine. The product says who will be in the lead. In the Netherlands, it always will be the police. And one of the reasons is that this protocol, the owner of this protocol is the Ministry of Justice. Here you see some of the players, fire department, police, military, but you also see research institutes. Now I want to show you a short movie. We have made a short movie about this process. Unfortunately, it's only in Dutch. I hope we have an English version soon, but I think this movie will give you a good idea how this process works and who the players are in the field. Now hopefully this will work. Here it goes. And this was filmed at a big training we did last year with all our external partners. And the incident takes place at the Drinkwater power plant. There's some attack, but you don't know if it's CBN related or not. If it's CBN related or not. There's a spill. And the call has made. And the protocol has been activated. This is a colleague of me, of my institute. Here you see the military arriving, fire department. All different players are at the incident. Together with the 4 partners in the field, we're setting up camp. And we discuss together what will be a good plan of action before you go into the scene. Not only military is there, but also police with a forensic team. First, military goes in to see if there are any explosives or bodies. Then our gas-tight suit team goes into the scene for taking samples to get them analyzed. Here you see the equipment, and here you see some gas-tight suit members going into the building. These are people in our back office, our institute, which are always in contact with the people in the field. So they can advise and adjust the strategy. And this is our big mobile lab I will talk about later in this presentation. Jongens, kom op. Doe nou niet zo moeilijk. Okay, here you see an overview what you just saw in the movie. It starts with an incident. It's not clear whether there's a C, a B, or an R threat. The first responder, if the first responder does not trust the incident, he can call upon what we call in the Netherlands TEF. And TEF is a police agent who is specially trained in recognizing CBRN threats. If he thinks there's a CBRN threat, he will activate the protocol. And when the protocol is activated, then these 4 players will come out to the scene. The first 2 are military. They do the reconnaissance, detection, but they're also there for dismantling any explosives and other kind of stuff. The third one in yellow is the police. They are there for the forensic investigation, but they also have a great decontamination unit, which we can benefit all from. And the last one is my institute. We are there for taking samples and do analysis on the spot to find out which agent has been released. What we think in the Netherlands is essential in the response is the identification and the confirmation of which agent has been released. This is a slide you saw before. I already explained which kind of expertise we have within our incidental services. What you see in red, which is highlighted, are the expertise we need when there's a CBRN incident. Here you see a picture of a gas-tight suit team. We have a small car with a trailer, and here you see all the equipment they need and they bring with them to the scene. It's not only sampling equipment, but we also have different kind of handheld equipment to do measurements on the spot. Here you see, and you saw it also in the movie, is our mobile chemical biological lab. It's unique within Europe because I think it's one of a kind. The first part of this big trailer is a chemical lab. The second part is a biosafety level 3 lab. And biosafety level 4 is the highest level there is in a biological lab situation. And the last part is the technical room. We follow a strict procedure when a sample is being offered to our lab. Before accepting, we have to make sure that there are no explosives or gamma radiation present in the sample. After that, we do a quick screening on B, C, and R agents. And if there's a positive hit, we then will send the samples into our national laboratory network for a confirmation. The first step is always a screening if there are any biological agents present. Why? Because other labs in our network will not accept samples when there could be any trace of biological agent present. So therefore, we have to make sure that all biological agents are not present or killed. Our biological lab will also prepare the samples for our chemical and radiation labs. And here you see that our samples are well packed before transport. In the Netherlands, we have organized a national laboratory network for terrorist attacks. My institute coordinates this network. As you can see, there are 7 different labs which are making part of this network. Each lab has its own specialty or expertise. For example, TNO is specialized in chemical war agents. And here you see the Bioveterinary Research Institute, which has a big biological lab and can analyze any biological sample they get. Because, as you saw, a CBRN incident is a complicated process. Even in the Netherlands, because there are different partners involved, preparation is essential. Every organization has their own plans and procedures and their own individual training program. But working together with different organizations is always a challenge. Therefore, we also have developed an external training program, which is the same for all the partners in different organizations. And at the moment, we're working on adjustment of the different internal procedures so that we have one procedure for all the different partners when there's a CBRN incident. Like I said in the introduction, the RIVM is a research institute. Therefore, we are involved in different kind of international activities to keep our knowledge updated, especially about CBRN, because that field is very much on the move. Therefore, we are participating in different EU or UN programs. I think this was my last slide. So I want to thank you for your attention, and I hope I was clear. If there are any questions, please ask them.
Recognition.
Sir, this plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Niels Masilink, In grateful recognition of your invaluable services extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service, as guest speaker during the conduct of the first NBI Forensic Summit, Forensics Partner in Criminal Investigation, held on April 7, 2022, signed Eric B. Destor, Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Thank you so much, sir, for that very cohesive presentation. At this moment, we are done with all of our presentations, but for this part, may we call on the Chief of our Medical Legal Division, Dr. Ricardo Radaje, to give us a short message.
Behavioral science, and then from our regional,
Para ako makulaps ito.
regional medical legal officer, Dr.
This is really a surprise for us. Well, anyway, good afternoon, everyone. To Director Eric B. Destor, sir, thank you for having this first Forensic Summit. To Assistant Director Ferdinand Labin, sir. To Assistant Director Madam Rachel Angeles. To Assistant Director JJ Yap, sir. To Assistant Director A.D. Luterio, sir. To Assistant Director Bolivar and Assistant Director Doloiras, sir. I just would like to thank, of course, Eric Destor, and Assistant Director for having this first Forensic Summit, wherein all the divisions under FIS are all gathered here. Thank you for the speakers for giving us a very informative lectures, wherein it gives us more knowledge regarding forensic medicine. So thank you very much to everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you for that message, Dr. Radaje. Now to give us a short message, the Chief of the Behavioral Science Division, my beloved Chief, Dr. Romel P. Papa.
Good afternoon. The instruction was to react. It's more of a surprise, and no, actually, again, seriously, to our director, thank you for supporting us. If we would listen to what the FBI legal attaché said, the honorable judge, the forensic investigation is always present in all criminal investigation. The strength of the NBI is basically its human resource, and the Forensic Investigation Service has been with you, has been with the Investigative Service even before. And I think this is the start of collaborating with our international counterparts to talk about training. Aside from the equipment that we have, what is important is for the human resource, the staff, to be trained. And this will open avenues. This Forensic Summit will open avenues to start training with FBI in chemist, with our nearest neighbor from Taiwan who has talked about cell phones, na very interesting. So to make my very short reaction short, first and foremost is thank you for the NBI management for supporting us. And I have spoken with COS Macabare in light of what is happening to the Forensic Investigation Service. Everybody's resigning and leaving. I think Director Destor will do something about it. And again, thank you. So again, this was a fruitful event for us, and I hope next time the NBI will share its expertise to our foreign counterparts naman. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, hindi ako na-surprise, sir. Hindi na-surprise.
Thank you so much for that wonderful reaction, Dr. Papa. So, we started with a doctor. Now we will call on 3 more doctors to give their reactions, namely Dr. Ronald Bandunil from NBI CAR, Dr. Cherina Labrador from NBI SEMRO, and Dr. Nicandro Butin from NBI Webro. So, Dr. Bandunil.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. In behalf of the regional doctors, especially the doctors of Cluster 1, that's Northern Luzon. Thank you, sir, for bringing us here. Actually, we are very able to come here anymore. We were just here looking at you virtually, and we're also thankful that we had that pre-summit in last March 22 and 23. Our dream for the forensic investigation, especially in the regions, is for a laboratory for each of the cluster regions. And we're thankful for Director Distor, sir, for hearing what we would want, our dream. And we would also want that the next summit, this is a very educational summit, but the next summit discuss significant cases with the experts, and then did wrong or what we did right, so that we can learn from each other. And as usual, the Forensic Investigation Service is a team. Together, we enhance each other, we are accountable to each other, and we mentor each other. So thank you very much, sir, for inviting us.
Doctora Labrador.
Para daw hindi sayang yung kulot ko. Good afternoon, everyone. Surprise nga. Hindi lang po tayo virtually last March 25 and 26. So forensics is indeed a challenging field. So moving forward, let us work together, let us learn together, and let us succeed together. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everyone, Director Distor and the other assistant directors. In behalf of the core region of the Visayas, nagkataon lang po na nag-submit ako ng specimen dito sa Manila. That's why I am physically present here. But if ever, it would also be virtual. So this is a very educational and momentous event. It's a start of something that's very good. We were able to learn so much, and hopefully in the near future we would be able to share our knowledge also regarding our experiences in the past many years of our service with the Bureau. So thank you very much. Hopefully we would be able to mentor and give knowledge to the younger doctors.
Thank you, Dr. Bandonil, Dr. Labrador, and Dr. Butin. Now, Dr. Papa mentioned a while ago that training is really a need for us forensic experts. And here with us today, it is timely and relevant if we will invite Attorney Aurelyn Pascual, the Chief of our Training Division, to give a short message.
Thank you very much, Aljon. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Sabi ko kanina, hindi ako nakaligtas, but thank you very much for the opportunity nonetheless. We know very well that forensics is really indispensable to the solution of crimes. At ito po ang isa sa mga ipinagmamalaki natin sa NBI because, you know, forensics had always been our showroom in the National Bureau of Investigation. And I would never tire of saying that I've been so proud of our forensic experts. I've seen them do their training, especially the moot court of our MLD, of our doctors. And sabi ko nga, hindi lang sila mga doktor, magagaling din silang abogado because the trainings that we've had in the past, dalawang beses na po that I was able to witness how they did their moot court. They acted not only as forensic experts, forensic doctors, but also they sounded so lawyerly. Sabi ko nga, ma-insecure ang ibang mga abogado natin because they acted as defense, they acted as prosecution lawyers, they acted as judges. And indeed, very proud of our doctors in that regard. But we have the rest of our forensic experts at hindi natin matatawaran kung ano yung kanilang kagalingan sa kanilang hanay. Lagi po nating binabanggit that we should professionalize ourselves. And I would really support every effort to so professionalize them. Nagulat ako kasi si Mujib, among others, siya yung nagpakilala because we had Aljon, we had Ma'am Pitoy introduce our speakers, our foreign counterparts. But kanina kausap ko, sabi ko, sinabi kanina nung table ng forensics ng mga chemists that Mujib, did you go to Netherlands? But it was virtual? Well, yeah. But the thing is, we already have CBRNE in terms of trainings, and it's a level up in terms of our seminars, and I hope that it would continue. There would be other opportunities, of course, and hindi niyo po na itatanong, forensics had always been my interest. Not because I'm not at all into that field, but it always interests me. As a matter of fact, when I became a representative in the FBINA in 2017, I attended the 270th session of the FBI National Academy. And one of the one of tayo. Still be a national summit and an international summit, if God would permit. And I hope preparations would be on the way. And congratulations are in order for the FIS and our director. So thank you all very much. You all did very well, and I'd like to thank also our foreign counterparts for sharing this excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, so before we invite on stage our Assistant Director and NBI Director for our Assistant Director for Forensic Investigation Service, Ferdinand Levine, sir, for his wrap-up.
Thank you, Aljon. On your tables, you will find envelopes. There are envelopes with lots of surprises inside. Kindly open them. I was told earlier that these are intended for our face masks, but I saw some envelopes containing cash. Kindly help yourself. I'm keeping mine. Thank you, Director, sir. To the men and women of forensics, we just came out of our shell. International shell at that. We have shown the whole world that we are here. We have made known not only our notable accomplishments, but our willingness to share with them and them to us their expertise. I noticed no less than 5 chiefs approached him. Dr. Papa, Chief of DNA, Chief of Polygraphy. The other chiefs approached him for possible trainings to capacitate us. This is a baby step for all of us at the forensics to level up the playing field. You have been asking that why is the NBI ruled only by lawyers and accountants? Can we not be at par with the lawyers and accountants? Doctors have studied 8, 9, 10 years, and yet they are citizens. There is no such thing as second-class citizens at the we are being allowed to chart our own course. We do not just depend on management's dictate. We do not rely on management to push us. We do not wait for management to give us the programs. We have to show to the management that this is what we want for forensics. We have to have our own initiative. We cannot show that to management. We are being asked by the director, the deputy directors, and the assistant directors, what do we need? Why are you not speaking out? This is a way for us. I feel very grateful that our senator, Christopher Lawrence Go, has all the support for forensics, the encouragement, and he, outside of his talk, he has made pledges for the acquisition of the equipments that will modernize and will put flesh into Republic Act 10867. We have heard very encouraging words from the representative of Prosecutor General Benedicto Malcontento. We have heard also the praises of Judge Isguera, well-researched praises. These are all inscribed in our SCRA, I think 2 or 3 of those, touching on forensics. And for a judge who is a registered criminologist, I think she used to be a policewoman before she became a lawyer, and even the classmate of 3 or 4 of us at the NBI. It's very heartwarming to know that she has all praises. We learned the ethics in digital forensics, challenges and approaches to mobile devices forensics. We have been challenged constantly by the connectivity, but this is a room for improvement. This is a growth area for us. This is our first summit. In every first, there is always pain. You know that. We can all relate to that. But after the pain, the joys of having the first. Again, I would like to ask understanding from my hardworking staff at the office of the FIS for the raised voices we had the past 2-3 weeks. Medyo yung level of stress mataas, but this is the fruit of it. Ito na yon. As I've been telling us, no one will push dito kung di tayo. To the chiefs, the executive officers of the different divisions under forensics, the regional and the district forensic us all throughout the day. There were pledges of capacitating our forensic experts. And it's very encouraging that we have been also brought into the FBI and the UNODC. We have seen how expansive their coverage, the scope of their coverage is. Our good friend from Taiwan, Mr. Sam Lin, if you're still around, thank you for your personal attendance and staying with us all throughout. To the deputy directors and the assistant directors, thank you for the very encouraging words. Thank you for all your support. Practically, NBI BTech stopped today. We are all here today I know that we would like things to happen fast. This is us at Forensics. My special thanks also to Attorney De Lemos, Deputy Director De Lemos. My special thanks also to Dr. Tami Uy of our Central Mindanao Regional Office, Dr. Raul Alcantara of our Bicol Regional Office, Dr. Bertido of our Southern Tagalog Regional Office, Calabarzon. Believe you me, we were not informed beforehand that this was going to be it. Hindi sinabi sa amin na magiging ganito yon. But the director said, can we do a summit? I said yes. As agent, when we say yes, we do what we promised to do. All too suddenly, the director said, you do first a pre-summit. And there goes the mess in preparation. Summit or pre-summit first. And so we were all too tied up. And there were intervening events like the drug fine. Hindi kami pwedeng matulog because our chemists had to be pulled all to a VTech, all 10, 12 chemists doing this. And the other day, the court had to be brought to VTech. We have a mechanism where we can bring the court to VTech. Like the fine we had or the seizure we had in December of 2016, and this time around. We can always make representation with the court that that being the situation, bringing the evidence or leaving the evidence that the NBI is even a security nightmare. Yes, for the request of Dr. Bandonil, we will be having interactions the next time around. The schedule is too tight. We allowed only, moderators would allow only 1 or 2 questions in consideration of the time difference between here and where the speakers are, and of course, the very valuable time. There are some who have to beg off considering the sudden change in venue and the date and time of the conference. It's very understandable. This is very encouraging for all of us. This is our way forward. If we do not do this, who will do this for us? If the director does not do this for us, there is no other director that might do this for us. We can only hope that there is going to be a continuity, follow-up, a continuation of this program. It's very ambitious, as Attorney Pascual had said, to be holding a national summit, more so an international summit. But let me tell you, if this is the quality of NBI Forensic Summit, what do you expect more? What can we expect from a national summit, an international summit? It should be grander than this. It should be much, much better than this. It will entail a lot of hard work, will entail a lot of resources, lot of time, lot of invitations from our chiefs. I think the chiefs who made the invitations made sure that all of these things are put in place and in order. We learned a lot. They also learned from us, I suppose. They showcased what they have. We showcased our NBI forensics by way of attendance, by way of cooperation, by way of listening in. Even the assistant directors, the deputy directors, the director himself had to stay with us the whole day. It's very encouraging. Thank you, sir, for all the support. And to the men and women of forensics, thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director Ferdinand M. Levine. At this moment, to give his closing remarks, may we call on stage our leader and our anchor, the very steadfast NBI Director Eric B. Destor.
Yung nasa Zoom, okay pa? Hindi ko nakikita, walang screen eh. Pwede ba ano yung screen para makita natin sila? To the wind beneath my wings, my blood, my Outsole, Deputy Director, Assistant Director, Edwin Luterio, sir. Thank you for staying with us. AD Bolivar, sir. The man of the 2 weeks na. Yung drugs eh. So hindi na hour. And the money man, Deputy Doy, sir. Thank you. And may malakas na ako na loob na sabihin na okay na, pwede na tayo magbigay ng bonus sa forensic. Des, kung nasaan ka man, I hope nasa Zoom si ma'am. Today, available yan. And tomorrow, pwede rin dahil pagod yung forensic, pwede na magbakasyon next week. So, you will have your bonus. Thank you for a job well done. What you are seeing today, this afternoon, this whole day, is I'm giving you the glimpse of the future of the NBI. It's really nasa atin yan. How do we chart our future? It's for you. It's for you to claim. Get out of your cubicle and let the people know that in this part of the world, we, the NBI, has the highest form of integrity and trustworthiness. And that's you. Palapakan natin sarili natin. Without forensic, walang conviction sa mga mabibigat na kaso. At sinabi na yan ng mga deputies na without the hard-working sa chief ng polygraph, mga polygraphers natin, sa ballistics, kung wala kayo, hindi ko ma-imagine, MLD, hindi ko ma-imagine yung kaso. Kahit gaano kagalit ito lahat ng mga deputies nyo, the directorial staff. Palakpakan natin, sir. Ganon ka-importante kayo. And then you will become special agent, I hope. Meet noon, pinag-usapan, this is just a dream. Pero bago ko mag-continue, banggitin ko muna si Ma'am Rachel. Madam, thank you. Ora cha. si Tony Pascual. Marami akong binanggit dito, marami akong sinulat, pero I will just take to my speech kasi baka gabihin sabi ni Aljon. Unang-una yung bonus, Sir Mac. Ini-remind ko, summit. As to the interesting future forensic science has to offer practitioners in the field of law enforcement. With this, I would like to take time to thank the various resource speakers, both domestic and abroad, namely from the United States of America, Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, all of whom shared their valuable time, knowledge, and experience on the latest technical innovations and its legal implications and its value of influencing and changing aspects of forensic in the 21st century criminal investigations. This is of vital importance since Philippine law enforcement find itself constantly called on to utilize forensic investigation to shed light on various cases of public and national security interest, such as mass deaths, controversial shooting incidents between allied government agencies, online child trafficking, the sciences of ballistics, chemistry, the DNA, digital forensics, question documents, and fingerprint identification, amongst others. To our resource persons, thank you for your time and effort. I would like to cite the valuable contribution of the facilitators and organizers of this summit, for without their would not have been possible. I was informed 1 day, 1 hour na lang tulog, 2 hours. Thank you very much. Special mention, syempre, to Assistant Director Lavin, most important, I'd like to congratulate everyone. Thank you, sir. And of course, his most able staff and support personnel who labored at various stages under your staff. This forensic summit was conceptualized with you, the participants, in mind, and if it has helped stir your imagination and for some rekindled or inspired further your interest in forensic, then it was all worthwhile. This, of course, is not the end. For with the success of knowledge and information, as well as learn from one another, the latest wondrous things and the new discoveries in the field of forensic science. Order. I want you to join the International Homicide Investigators Association based in Tampa, Florida, sir. The registration is $300. It will be shouldered by the NBI. I want you to join the Netherlands CBRNE Association and the cybercrime based in Singapore, And United States, Chris Pass, we will pay for the association fees. To the chemist, please come back with the latest knowledge and technologies. But before that, send us a request. Sabi ni Sir Doy, walang request eh. Paano natin malaman? I know you know the organizations. Sino bang mas nakaalam ng forensic? Kayo yun. Nakakaalam sila sa inyo. Thank you. And we will push it harder. Sa hazard pay nyo, we will compute it according to the danger that you are exposed. Kino-compute na ni Dipdoy. We will hire experts on this. And the bill to exempt magpalo up niya and learn from it. Sir, kami ditong organization nakalista. Mold it into a tool or means which we can understand, share, and improve on, and later on, relearn and improve it further. For such is the nature and discipline of forensic science. Sabi ni Judge, di ba? Ang nagmold sa kanya is the brand of NBI leadership. Ito na yun. Kayo yun. So, why stay in your cubicle? Ibig ko sabihin, do not be contented on your laurels. Let's push it harder. Make it learn. Make it known to the world that people here in this part of the world, we know how to work in the rule of law. We have the utmost professionalism, integrity, and trustworthiness. Things that you have, the forensic people. Which I just give you the leadership, I just give you the guidance. You are the forensic. Good afternoon. God bless us all.
At this juncture, may we call on Assistant Director to give their plaque of recognition to Assistant Director Ferdinand Levin and NBI Director Eric B. Destor. Opo, kay Direk. Kay Direk. Sir, Assistant Director Ferdinand Levin, plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to Assistant Director Ferdinand M. Levin in grateful recognition of your invaluable services extended to the NBI Forensic Investigation Service as our Assistant Director during the conduct of our first NBI Forensic 7/2022, signed Eric B. Destor. May we call on stage our NBI Director, Eric B. Destor. Sir, this plaque of recognition is hereby awarded to our NBI Director, Eric B. Destor, in grateful recognition for your invaluable services to the Forensic Investigation Service. Given this day, April 7, 2022, signed Ferdinand M. Lavin, Assistant Director, Forensic Investigation Service. Okay. So, yung mga directors po sa stage muna front for the photo ops. So, all forensic experts, all of our personnel under the Forensic Investigation Service, punta po tayo sa unahan para po sa picture taking. After this, all of the participants will go in front for the picture taking. Thank you.
Kasama yung taga-clearance.
Ang galing. Ay. Yung urong din to. May mga shit. Okay, pwede na pong umupo. All employees from FIS, punta na po sa unahan.
Sabi ko sa'yo. Atin ko ba ito? Likod na ako.
NBI number 1.
Sige. Thank you, Ernie. Thank you.
Mic check. This day is truly a day marked in history. Thank you everyone for participating in our first ever NBI Forensic Summit, may it be online or on-site. On behalf of Chief Roland Demetria and Chief Caroline Moldes Pitoy, my name is Aljan Kapangpangan. Thank you so much for your participation. Mabuhay ang NBI.
Tago.